Chat. What's up, Robin? Hey.
Hey.
So, topic today, Christianity, net negative or positive by any metric you want to choose.
I've seen that. Are we live yet?
Yep,
We're not. Oh, we are? Oh, hello. Sorry.
that's all right. What are your thoughts on the question?
I think, like overall, probably over the years, I think Christianity's probably been a net positive for humanity in a way. I think that
Are you
we
talking
need it.
like epistemically or ethically?
But, mm, I don't know. Or I think religion probably.
Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah. 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 And I mean, like, there's a lot of things to think about too, like the, trying to deter certain aspects of sexuality, right? Um, yeah. Right. So, like, yeah, epistemically, I think it's has held us back. Luckily, we're kind of over that now. But like when it comes to knowledge gathering, like a lot of people are going to say, "Well, we can thank Christianity for science," and it's like, no, I think science had to really step carefully and waste a lot of time appeasing the churches in order to really launch itself forward and get momentum. Like I think religion has always been there kind of getting in the way of our strongest epistemic standards because they just disagree with a lot of the foundational claims of the religion. So the scientists and the scientific thinkers, the empirical thinkers have always had to you know, try to find one way or another to appease the the religious. So sure, exactly. Right. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot to overcome, and then on the ethics side, like I actually do think from a human well-being perspective that in general Christianity has played a positive role by way of physical, mental, and social health. Although it obviously there's the obvious catastrophes to point to, but I do think this idea of that I think the majority of people who follow and truly believe in Christianity, there is a level of moral accountability there that does constrain some, you know, otherwise bad actors in the right direction, or I should say, in a better direction by way of well-being, or by the standard of well-being. So I pulled up a little bit of information on that. Um, yeah, yeah, exactly. Right. And that's an interesting question to go into as well. Like, how much is there moral goodness in your view by virtue of Christianity, or is it really fundamentally coming from their empathy drive? I mean, I would say that their sentiments are still determining what is right, wrong, good, bad, even if Christianity might disagree with it. What I mean by that is fundamentally the Christian is no different than I am when it comes to like reacting to moral instances in front of them. But upon reflection, of course, the things they are looking to for guidance are different than the things I'm looking to for guidance. So yeah, that is an interesting question. If you had to guess about those members in your family, like let's say if they lost their Christian faith tomorrow, what would you say your best prediction would be that they would all of a sudden fall into, like, you know, theft and attack, you know, physically abusing people, attacking people? Or do you think generally the way they live would pretty much be the same in how they think about like things like inequality and whatnot? Right, right, right. That's a horrible thing to tell her. Yeah, that's gotta hurt. Right. Oh, really? Interesting. Okay. Um, can you talk a bit for me, Robin?
Yeah, I can talk. What do you want
Yeah,
me to
it's
say?
weird. I have you reading here, but when I kind of clicked on my OBS, it did seem like it was kind of like stalled a bit or something. It wasn't reading
Huh.
them, but now I think it's fine. But anyways, I think it's good now.
No. Okay.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that kind of ideology and how it still manifests today is quite shocking. Um, yeah, and it can be hard to make these general assessments of net negative, net positive by different kinds of standards when we we are so limited in our memory recall of the things we would want to consider when answering something like this as well. It's difficult. But Robert, we're today we're talking about Christianity, net negative or net positive, and you can pick whatever metric you want. Robin and I were talking net positive versus net negative from a epistemic perspective, and then from an ethical perspective. But how do you chew on that question?
I don't know. It's I don't know. It seems like there's just all these arbitrary distinctions, and it seems like there's another problem is that what would be in the place in the absence of Christianity. Whenever I got the
Yeah.
invite from you a little while ago, I'm reading the life of um, Apollonius of Tirana, and like there's characters like this that have like these moral almost Jesus like characters, some of them of which like he's a vegetarian even and doesn't even want to partake of meat. There's
Right.
so many characters even from that time period that like had these kind of moral structures and things to live by, that let's say that Jesus wasn't the character that we were living by and we were living by another one. I mean, it's almost interchangeable. These moral things were going to come forward. So it's so hard then to measure, knowing that in the absence of this one being a moral structure, that there would have been another.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It is a good question that like that's something to consider. I think it's a little bit of a different question because we are kind of asking like with Christianity how it played out. Whatever metrics you want to pick, like I will of course talk from a well-being perspective, but like from like an empirical perspective, for example, from an empiricism perspective, I think empiricism was retarded by Christianity in the sense of the empirical endeavors like science had to always be appeasing, and I would say being slowed down by appeasing the pulpit and the religion, as to not be cast out of society or in some cases murdered for doing so. So I think we can point to Christianity stifling things from a sound epistemic perspective, but it's also the case that like not all of Christianity that's practiced necessarily needs to lead to anti-science. And I would say today, a lot of Christians who practice are still, pro-science people that care about the advancement of medical science, curing cancer, things like this. We're kind of out of the snake oil age, minus some anti-vaxxers I know. So yeah, I think, I guess that's kind of the question we're wrestling with today. I think most Christians throughout history, by my standard of, wanting to maximize physical, mental, and social health, I think most Christians throughout history have tried to do that. Now, I'm not talking about the Crusades. I'm not talking about the anti-homosexual rhetoric and enforcement. But there's a lot of life that has been lived by way of Christianity that I think has been a net positive from a well-being perspective. And I guess how we could tie in what you were saying, Robert, is if we do consider that, and we've witnessed throughout history that there are way worse ideologies than the ideology of Jesus.
Sure.
Like,
Way better too, though. I mean,
yeah,
Jainism
of
is
course.
something that has been around way before Christianity. And could you imagine something like Jainism being adopted at such a scale that
Yeah.
Christianity was?
You
Where
know,
we would be.
yeah, I guess it depends on what level of Jainism that's being practiced, but like,
Sure,
yeah,
sure.
yeah, like I get what you mean. In general, Jainism isn't going to go around telling people that they're degenerate or living in sin because they're just born that way, or threatening children with hell, or, you know, just calling people abominations because their particular being doesn't fit into this stringent criteria that was written down by people who claim to be divinely inspired. Like, yeah, the Jains wouldn't be doing that.
Right.
But there might be wars over like meat eating or something like that. Like,
Don't know.
it'd be
It's
interesting to see
possible.
what
It's
kind
all
of
about
wars.
the wielders of the religion more
Yeah.
than it is the doctrine itself,
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
well,
what?
that
Yeah,
goes to something I was going to say when Travis was talking earlier about science, right? Like, I think the issue with science with Christianity is the same with every other religion, is that religion almost always comes with some sort of dogma, and dogma is always an enemy of science. Even when you see something that is a failure of science within science, it's because there was some sort of dogma that the old heads didn't want to let go of, right?
yeah.
So, I think in that way, every dogmatic thing is going to have that issue, and that's not to excuse Christianity. You can still make a measured uh,
Yep.
criticism of it and praise the good things. And I think
Yep.
the other thing I was going to say is that I know Robert brought up other religions that could be in place of it, like the example of Jainism. And while I agree, there could be an opportunity cost here where one could be better than the other. I do
Or
think,
yeah.
at least for sake
Sorry,
of the
go ahead.
conversation, that I'm almost done. I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah. No,
That for the
keep going.
sake of the conversation, it doesn't really matter as much that the particular religion, there could have been something that was better. It's a matter of, was it a net good in and of itself? There could have been something better. I could think of probably 1,000 things that would be better just by picking out
Oh yeah,
one rule here, one rule there.
sure.
But as opposed for me, is it a net positive? Uh, I'd have to say yes, but also at the same time, we're talking about what, 2,000 and some years, maybe 2,100 years. So it's hard to
Yeah, yeah.
say, and
Well,
billions of people.
well, as an atheist, like I can sit here and say, like, from a well-being perspective, my moral metric, thank Christ for the New Testament update, right? Because
Fuck yeah.
imagine what Christianity,
Down with the
how
Jews.
that would have played out, without the update. It would have been way fucking worse, I think. And again, that
Who
is, yeah, and again, that is to say, like, how
I mean, look at Jewish
secularized.
reform now.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's true. And I guess what I mean is, like, there would be a period, I think, that would have been much darker than the darkness we experienced if the Old Testament was leaned into as opposed
Oh, for sure.
to New Testament
Agreed.
dogma.
And
Like,
we saw that with Islam,
yeah,
in my opinion.
yeah, I completely agree
dark.
with you. Islam has not had that. I mean,
I mean the origins of Islam, not the
yeah.
not every sect and stuff. Sorry
Yeah.
for imprecision.
No. I totally understood what you were getting at, but I think a big problem with Islam, and luckily there are a lot of Islamic reformists out there, and imams. Imam of peace is a great imam to follow in Islam. That's really trying to promote Islam reform, trying to change the way you think about particular aspects of jihadism and things like that. How jihadism doesn't necessarily need to mean, and perhaps shouldn't mean, violent acts. So there's a lot of good reformation happening out there, but it's just I feel like certain aspects of Islam are just stuck in in like the old, quote unquote, Old Testament ways, and it's really a problem.
I think it's oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go
I
ahead,
thought you
Robin.
were done.
No, it's all
I
you.
think it's important to remember, uh, um, like how Christianity came to be such like the prominent religion. It wasn't because of the teachings of peace. It wasn't because of the teachings of Jesus' love.
Yeah, they won the physical
Christianity,
war.
yeah, Christianity, is the predominant religion in the world because it violently brought Christianity to so many places on the earth. So
Yep. And then the question is, from that, how much does that weigh into one's calculus? Like for me as a moral,
And
yeah,
95% of those places are for the better. Sorry.
yeah,
I
just me
don't
as
know. I don't
just
know
me
if I agree with that.
as a moral well-beingist, I will weigh like the, things like casualties, things like brutality, amount of suffering carried out in, let's say, the Crusades, versus other conflicts, and kind of try to do some kind of calculus, interpretive calculus, predictive calculus as to like, what some of those things could have looked like without the guidance of Christianity or the force of Christianity behind it. And we don't need to look too far. I mean, we can look at what Genghis Khan did. We can look at Mao, Stalinism, and things like that. Like I said, I think the update in the New Testament and and the fact that there was kind of Jesus as the archetype set up to be like, this is the way to be, this is the way you want to try to live. I think most Christians are believe that and are trying to do that, and I think that effort has led to a net positive, even giving the epistemic what we lose epistemically. And I think we lose a lot epistemically by way of Christianity specifically. I think it stifled a lot. But what matters more to me? Well, ethically, what's good and righteous is well-being outcomes and the deontological aspect of what we're hoping to do by way of well-being to ourselves and those around us. So, what is anyone else have something to say about this topic? Dark, you have a beautiful dog, by the way. I love your dog. Yeah.
I will say Paris did not do a good job of stopping Mao from. Oh wait, no, that was Pol Pot. Of stopping Pol Pot from becoming Pol Pot. But I don't know if that was because of Christian teaching or just because of a lack of Christian intervention. Who knows?
Who knows? Yeah.
I want to yes and also yes but what you were saying there about Christianity and its effects on epistemology and well-being. It certainly has a poor effect epistemically, which I don't know what method we would take to demonstrate this, but I guess more so just on vibes. I would assume that a bad epistemology lends itself to poor well-being. It also, so there's that issue, and there's also the issue of, depending on how you interpret some of the teachings, asceticism often creeps into Christian ideology, I believe, and asceticism taken without some constraint of modern day 21st century medicine easily lends itself to unhealth. So there's that to consider, the effects of the bad epistemology on the well-being.
Of course. Yeah, of course. These things are not completely separable. Obviously, they affect each other. What you know is going to affect your prescriptions on what you think you know. So it's like, surely the epistemic failures of Christianity would, of course, affect things like witch burnings, right? And other anecdotes throughout history. It's like, oh yeah, it says here, we shall not suffer a witch to live. But then the question is, what epistemic standards are you using to discern who's a witch and who isn't? Is it vibes-based epistemology? Wow. Well, that's a pretty scary thing to be basing that life or death decision on. So yeah, I think the witch burning example kind of underlines and exclamation points what Perry was saying. But Perry, given all of that, if you imagine the average Christian, as a thought experiment throughout humanity, what the average Christian life has been, for the majority of the existence of Christianity, I guess the question would be: Are the majority out there really trying to move through life with Jesus as a guide? And if we do think that that's the general vibe at which people are trying to behave in the world, do we think that is a good thing by our own epistemic standards? And I would say generally yes. It's not without its failures.
Yeah, I was going to bring up that we kind of need the the control experiment of another world, which is identically the same with the
Oh, you're breaking
of course,
up.
us philosophers can
you
think of some.
Again, Perry? You broke up a bit there.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, and if I break up again, just let me know. And but it's hard to know since we don't have a control experiment of another world where we can put something in place of Christianity. Of course, us philosophers can probably come up with a good replacement. However, it depends what kind of lensing you do it through. If you do it through a negative utility lensing or a negativity bias, you may think, oh yeah, it would be way worse or it would be better. It depends, but I don't know. I'm not confident in giving if our well-being, net well-being, would be better or worse. I truly don't know. I think good arguments could be made either way.
Yeah.
Imagine if it was Platonism or Zoroastrianism
Right.
that took over as the dominant religion of the West. So
that's
it's Platon. I'm a Platonist.
Yeah.
So
I think that's
Yeah.
I think that's a different question though, because we are kind of assessing Christianity as how it played out, not whether or not something else would have been better in its place. I think that's a different question, but I understand the impulse to.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or we are kind of just
As it's played out, yeah. As it's played out, I'll give it a B-.
And that's pretty good. I mean,
It's pretty good.
Like if we think of,
Very good.
yeah.
Like, I think we got to remember that, like, the doctrine of discovery was a Christian creation, created by the Catholic Church, or the Pope gave all Christian nations the right to go into any land that were non-Christians and steal their land and enslave the inhabitants. And this led to the transatlantic slave trade, and it led to the the destruction of the Incas,
Right.
and the Aztecs in Mexico, and like the inhabitants, the people in Canada, the First Nations up there, and then all of the Native Americans here in north, in our country, and like Africa, it's like ravaged Africa, the Congo, just like many nations over there, and so yeah.
That's vaguely misconstrued.
No, the doctrine of discovery was a Catholic Church like thing that was put out, an edict that was put out by the Pope.
No, I'm with you on that part.
Oh, okay. What was the part you disagreed with, Docio?
Well, maybe the level to which, you know, the Christians and the effects of what the Christians did were guilty for, you know, like the ending of like the Inca culture and you know, the other things that you put next to before and after that.
Are you aware of like what happened to the Incas?
That's actually why I disagree. I'm deeply aware of what happened to the Incas.
Okay, let's. I'll of course do my, stickler thing of pulling up the information, but we can hash out this disagreement.
Yeah. I think most people. I mean, there's some details as to what was happening in the Incan culture before the Spaniards got there. Right, that's one thing. But I think the most thing that is like easy to pass along, and we'll spend less time disagreeing about, is the idea that, you know, most of the South American culture that was demolished as a result of their genetics meeting the European genetics and like the viruses and pathogens that they had developed through, you know, like their grazing of animals and whatnot. And so when that transferred through boats onto the New World, everyone kind of just died. But it wasn't really like, you know, they didn't just die because the Spaniards were stabbing them or something like that. They died because they got sick with smallpox and malaria and whatnot, you know.
Also, we want to distinguish between what we think Christianity or was responsible for versus some other goal here. That may make a difference, may not in people's assessments. But let me do this quick, and then Robin,
Right.
you can respond if you want, or Docio.
Well, I just
go
want to
ahead.
remind though. I just want to say to remind that all of these like the Spanish and conquistadors and everything were working under the that doctrine of discovery. This is what the justification was for all of these things, where they went into these countries and enslaved the inhabitants and took their land or any riches they had. All of this was permitted under the doctrine of discovery, which was an edict by the Catholic Church that permitted this and said that it was righteous.
Yeah,
Okay.
totally.
yeah.
That part I agree with, yeah.
Okay, just some quick reading, and then we can stick on this topic. I'm sure there's more people want to weigh in. So, Spanish conquerors destroyed the Inca Empire, and they were overwhelmingly Christian. But it perhaps is an oversimplification to say that Christians destroyed the Incas in the sense that Christianity alone caused the conquest. So, what happened in 1532? The Spanish expedition led by Francisco Pizarro captured the Inca Empire, Atulapa, I think it is, and eventually conquered the Inca Empire. Several factors contributed. Military technology. The Spanish had steel weapons, firearms, horses, and military tactics unfamiliar to the Incas. Disease. European diseases, especially smallpox, spread through the Americas before many Europeans even arrived in some regions. Smallpox killed large numbers of indigenous people and
It was like
contributed
95, yeah.
to political instability within the empire. Internal conflict. The Incas had recently fought a civil war between Atahualpa and his brother Huáscar. The empire was already weakened when the Spanish arrived. Indigenous allies.
That's right.
Many indigenous groups opposed Inca rule and allied with the Spanish against the Incas. So what role did Christianity play? Christianity played several roles. The Spanish crown and many conquistadors, I should say, believed that they had a duty to spread Christianity. Christian justifications were often used to legitimize conquest and conversion. After conquest, many Inca religious sites were destroyed or converted into churches. Indigenous religions were frequently suppressed by colonial authorities. However, the conquest was also driven by wealth, especially gold and silver, political power, imperial expansion, and personal ambition. Did Christianity itself cause the destruction? Historians generally distinguish between Christian doctrine and the actions of Christian empires and conquerors. Many of the people who conquered the Incas were devout Christians, but their motivations were mixed. Gold, status, land, and imperial power were often as important his religious goals. So a fair summary here is the Inca Empire was conquered by the Spanish, who were Christian and often justified their actions through Christianity. Christianity was part of the conquest and colonization process, but the fall of the Incan Empire resulted from a combination of disease, warfare, internal political conflict, indigenous alliances, economic motives, and imperial expansion rather than religion alone.
So just a quick response to that, because that was actually pretty good, but there was one or two details I'd like to add to that, which is, as you mentioned, like most of I think the Incas had a head of succession. They had like a hierarchy, and the top two like people in the hierarchy, by the time the first Spaniard met the first Incan person, had already died. And so there was already like an upheaval of determining who would receive that power and how the Incan Empire would transcribe and continue. Once the Spaniards got there, I think it was literally like either 250 or 150 Spaniards that took down, quote unquote, right, conquered, quote unquote, the entire Incan civilization, which was like millions of people, right? And so what I'm trying to convey here is it wasn't these people and like their great ability and how convinced they were of Christ. It was really just a huge amount of outside factors, most of which were just pathogens.
It was
that
168
contributed to the effect.
Yeah, 168 Spaniards.
Yeah, like reasonably thinking, just you right now, like could 168 people just take down a nation of, even if it's like, I mean, we could look into the details of what these people were thinking and doing as they were, going back and forth to these places. But I think it's pretty clear that it wasn't like a result of their deliberate actions. It was, like I said, most of them had died before before the Spaniards had even gotten there. That's kind of what I was trying to say.
Yeah, so a lot of historians.
Same thing for the Africans.
Yeah.
Same, like, and you had mentioned a few other things, Robin, and I think there's a similar story going along with those other situations, right? Like there was already like pretty destructive conditions going on in Africa when the Spaniards got there to take advantage of the fact that there was slaves to buy, sure, but there were slaves to buy all over the world. Slaves were the status quo, like that's one thing, like, but there's compounding factors here that I think isolate and add some nuance to the picture of like the guilt of Christianity, so to speak.
All right. Well, I mean, if you don't care, pull the doctrine of discovery.
Let Robin respond, please.
Yeah, and then I'll let you go. Pull the doctrine of discovery up if you don't care, Travis.
Yeah.
This is a papal decree that that allowed it. Let me read right here. So it allows the European nations, gives them the European monarchies the authority to invade, capture, and subjugate non-Christian populations, strip them of their lands, and reduce them to slavery. And that doctrine has been cited in United States law.
Yeah, it's
even
evil.
Since,
it's really an evil thing, in my opinion.
I mean, in the Supreme Court in Johnson versus McIntosh, which is 1823, John Marshall ruled that the discovery gave European nations, and subsequently the United States, the ultimate title to the land, reducing indigenous rights to occupancy. So, like, I know that I understand disease killed a lot of people, and yes, the Incas were in the middle of a civil war at the time,
Right.
And horses. One reason why that they were able to win with just 168 Spaniards was the horses and the guns. But the reason why they were but the reason why they were there to begin with was because they were given this papal decree that said that they could go to these nations and do what they were doing.
No, Robin, I don't know. Like I'll be honest with you. I studied these people because I found them very interesting. And one of the things that they mention is God. You're right. Like, well, that's one of the things that they're doing. But another is like, I'm not sure when you say God and they said God, they meant the same thing. I think they meant kind of a different thing in such that you would disagree with you saying now that they were going there because of what you now call God. I know that was
No,
a
I didn't say they
convoluted
went there
sentence.
because of God. I
So-
said they went there because they had a papal decree that allowed them to.
I think there is also a we can remove any kind
Okay.
of black and whiteness here by,
Okay.
most historians are going to say that the discovery doctrine was an important enabling justification, but it wasn't necessarily the main reason but behind, like, obviously.
I think they wanted the gold, yeah.
I'm getting some feedback from someone. But yeah, there's a lot. Wealth was a big one. Power and empire building, another competition among European states, etc. But what religion, or what Robin is saying, shouldn't go unnoticed here when we're judging the ethics of what the church is capable of when they want to try and justify invasion, expansion, by reasons of wealth, power, and empire building and things like this. It's evil. This kind of thing, this discovery doctrine, by my standard as a moral well-beingist, is an evil doctrine born of Christianity.
Did you post it, or
I can post
I mean,
it. Yeah, right here.
that would be
Yeah, the
I've heard of it, but I've never read it.
yeah. I mean, I'll post it, but I also should just quickly read it into the record, and then we'll open up the mics some more, because I know we've been here. Okay, so the Doctrine of Discovery was a set of legal and religious principles developed by European Christian powers during the Age of Exploration. It held that Christian nations could claim sovereignty over lands inhabited by non-Christians and assert rights over those territories. The doctrine is often traced to a series of papal decrees issued.
Oh no,
in the
but I want
15th
like word by
century.
word.
What?
Is it like long as fuck? Is it like too long to get word by word?
Well, I
Like the actual verbatim of the document?
I can ask for that next, but let me read through this first, this summary. So, including person by the name of Dum Diversas Romanus Pontifex Inter Caetera. Get some real fucking names. No, I'm kidding. These documents granted Christian rulers various rights related to exploration, conquest, trade, and conversion of non-Christian peoples. The core idea, in simplified form, if a Christian European power discovered land not already claimed by another Christian power, it could claim sovereignty over that territory, even if indigenous people already lived there. Indigenous people were generally viewed as having some occupancy rights, but not the same sovereign status recognized among European states. Impact in the Americas, the doctrine helped provide religious and legal justification for European colonization of the Americas, including territories inhabited by people such as Inca Empire, Aztec Empire, and numerous indigenous nations throughout North and South America. It was often invoked alongside economic motives, imperial competition, and missionary efforts. Influencing modern law. A particular important legal example is the U.S. Supreme Court case Johnson versus Mintosh. Chief Justice John Marshall incorporated discovery principles into U.S. property law, holding that discovery gave European sovereigns an exclusive right to acquire land from indigenous people. The doctrine influenced legal frameworks in several countries, including the United States, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. Then there's the modern criticism part. But let me see if I can get a copy of the actual...
Wait, hold on. So it gave them rights to buy the property from them? That's what it did? It didn't give them the property outright?
No. That
For
was
free.
That was the later developments. But the core idea is that if a Christian European power discovered land not already claimed by another Christian power, it could claim sovereignty over the territory, even if indigenous peoples already lived there. So it doesn't matter that there's like 10 or 15 million, Incas or Aztecs. They could just claim sovereignty over the land.
So did you get to the part where you measure? You agree on the measurement tool?
What?
Did you get to the part where you agreed on the measurement tool?
You mean for
the claim of the...
You mean for the question of today? we can
Correct.
examine any metric anyone wants to propose. So we've been talking about well-being by the standard of well-being ethics. We've been talking by the standard of empiricism and science. You know, whether Christianity has been a net positive or net negative. So we can introduce new metrics at any point. But I mean, in general, thus far, if I was to summarize, I think most people who've weighed in so far have said that from a well-being ethics standpoint, when it comes to trying to maximize physical, mental, and social health, Christianity has probably been a net negative, a net positive, the way things have played out. And epistemically, it seems to be a consensus that epistemically Christianity has caused a net negative by like the standards of empiricism, depending on what your epistemic standards are. Docio, we're getting feedback from you. Could you mute, please? So by my epistemic standards, that's been my, and ethical standards, that's been my assessment thus far.
Wait, empiricism is a measurement tool?
What?
How? The measurement tool that claims net negative?
No, I think I went through some information earlier, but I think by the standards...
the Mayan Empire. Is that what you're saying?
No, I was talking about my own epistemic standards. I wasn't talking about anything to do with the Mayan empire in what I was just saying. But yeah, but
so empiricism is a measurement tool.
What's that?
Empiricism. That's the word you said was empire or empiricism.
No, empiricism in the sense of
empiricism.
Epistemic standards. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what's the measurement. Like you say, empiricism, we use empiricism to measure the net positive or negative. How do we do that?
Well, we look at examples of like the stifling of by way of dogmatism throughout Christian history, right? So, particular claims or hypotheses being rejected de facto because of things like believing that the earth is young, believing that it didn't, not knowing about the germ theory of disease, certain emergences from scientists needing to be stifled and softened, waiting for the right time to come out with the actual information. We got examples from what happens when this goes wrong from Galileo, and so suppression of certain scientific ideas. The most famous examples is the conflict over heliocentrism. Galileo argued for a sun-centered solar system. Church authorities viewed some of his claims as conflicting with prevailing interpretations of Scripture. He was tried by Roman Inquisition and placed under house arrest. So this is an example.
That's a unfortunate example. The trouble we have with the suppression of scientific ideas, I do agree that there are some that were unfortunate, but most of them were founded by Christianity. The schools.
Like what?
The schools where the scientists went to.
Yeah, so I'm not saying eventually we got to a place where with Christianity where there was an openness to update, where science was just had to be incorporated into our ways of knowing and understanding reality. I'm not saying that Christianity didn't eventually get there.
Who founded the school where the scientists proposed the idea of heliocentrism?
It doesn't matter.
Yes, if it is the Christian church, then it does matter to this argument of empiricism.
No, because what we're talking about is the stifling of empirical data and empirical observances because of the dogmatisms from the religion that are in place. So like evolution was a really big one, right? We still have people on the earth today, right, that don't believe in evolution by natural selection, or they won't even accept the a belief in, the fact that life forms evolve. And then you get people like the Banana Man, Ray Comfort, saying, yeah, but have you ever seen a cat become a dog? Or a
So you're talking about extremists. I'm talking about the majority rule.
It's extreme now, but I'm talking about it. Like, look at the entirety of the history of Christianity since the New Testament, right? How much has been shut off in the mind of Christians by way by way of dogmatism, right? So like so how much has been stifled by way of people's, ability to engage in a fallibilistic epistemic system.
Okay.
I feel like so little, actually. So little in comparison, yeah.
More has
to
been
how much has it been birthed. Like, I feel like even the idea that the universe is constant and that there's actually a law to be determined that is consistent here as is consistent in the moon, like that's vaguely a Christian idea in my mind.
Yeah,
I would claim
that even if it's a Christian idea, it's got to be verified by science, right? What matters is the
right,
science.
but the idea that it is relevant to verify.
It doesn't matter.
There is even
it doesn't matter if the religion got a something later verified by science if it guessed correctly. That's not good epistemology.
No. You misunderstood me. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the idea that there would, like, for example, I feel like it's a very likely hypothesis. Like, I don't know, when I was a child, it seemed very possible to me that there was no discernible truth in the universe. Why would it be that the laws that rule gravity on Earth are the same that do on Venus? Whose right idea would it be to assume that? That's like that's an extreme assumption in my mind. And that assumption, I feel like, at least as far as I understand it, comes from this notion that, there is a creator and that there is a notion as to the order of things and that, effects come from, consequences and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. Again, all of that, like, it's kind of like saying, like, Alex Jones is a prophet. And that's somehow good epistemology because he throws so much shit at the wall. He throws so much shit at the wall and makes so. If you look at the empirical claims,
that's not shit at the wall, though. That's not shit at the wall.
Hang on.
That was a great assumption.
Yeah, but have you heard of like the? I think it was. Is it Amadeus who wrote a book of predictions for the future, and people follow? I don't know if it was him.
Nostradamus.
Who? Sorry?
Nostradamus.
Sorry, Nostradamus. But Nostradamus wrote that crazy book of like prophecies and predictions, right? And some with some specificity.
Good book.
And they good book. And
have you read it?
And yeah, well, I've read like anecdotes. I can't say I've read it front to back.
Oh, okay. You should read it.
Do you? Is he a true prophet or?
No.
No. I don't think he's a true prophet. I think there's value in reading it as there is reading in most people's writing. I think he has a quite unique tone he takes.
Yeah.
So
but,
if we go back to this,
but again, Docio, like, if you're trying to like, what would be the reason for me to read it? Like, give me some value. Well, what value would I get out of it?
Oh, you would find out a new degree of human experience that you've never encountered, I think.
If I read that book.
Yeah, well, okay.
What book?
If you really read it.
The predictions and prophecies by Nostradamus. It's an
for example, this is what I mean.
A book by an insane man.
Let me draw you an analogy.
At least that's what the literary.
Let me draw you an analogy, okay?
Yes.
I feel like there is a sense to music that we all have, just as there is a sense to like pictures that we all have in literature and stories and blah 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 blah, right? And in the same way that we all have something, I think, stylistically to speak to music. I think we all have something stylistically to speak to writing. And this way in which he expressed his writing, I thought was quite genuine and unique. And I think that you would also find it so. Maybe I'm wrong, but I did, and that I'm telling you about my genuine experience. And so that's fine if I'm like that.
I've-
That it doesn't match with yours.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you about mine, I suppose.
Right. Brett, what's your interpretation of the book?
Sorry, Docio, the opposite. He's rambling. He gets some historical things. He makes allusions to things in the future, which can be interpreted in many ways. He had some predictions about politics and economics that some people say were direct, like within the 20th century, but it's not like he doesn't name actual places in most of them. Yeah, I found it really generic. I thought it was entertaining, but not like anything more than, a guy trying to, make articulations about, future events, which I think some people of the time period, if they had just seen gunpowder, like they might be able to talk about where it could go if they kind of saw the science behind it, like explosions, bombs, cannons, etc. But no, I was on the other end of the impact of it.
Like here are some things like the Great Fire of London in 1666. This is what the book says. The blood of the just will be demanded of London, burnt by fire in the year 66. So a lot of people will say, like, yeah, he predicted the Great Fire of London in 66. So why skeptics object? London experienced many fires in 66, and the verse doesn't clearly describe this particular event. So also 66 could refer to many years. But I think the key is that there are all kinds of fires happening throughout the year in London, right?
It's not the I think you misunderstood me, right? I'm not saying, because there's a whole bunch of bad predictions in there, right? There's some terrible predictions in there. And I'm not saying, oh, it's so valuable and so good because the predictions are so accurate and so well laid out. I'm saying it feels to me as a genuine way of communicating that this guy was going about that I don't think. I mean, I'm sure he constructed it from things that he read and experienced, but ultimately I think it's something that he made. And I think when I read other things, I often recognize this motif of an idea, this stylistic approach to literally the construction of ideas, right? And so I found it
you like the
kind of like cool.
You like the way it's written, and it spoke to you. Fair enough.
Yeah. Like, for example, like when a movie tries to. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
no. You go ahead.
Yeah. Like, for example, when a movie like, I don't know, Star Wars comes to mind right now. They try to like elucidate this like fictional mystical power. They use kind of like the tonnage and verbiage of religion. At least the first few movies did, and I think they do that for a reason. They do it because when someone views it, those kind of things bring a certain emotion to mind. And that's kind of what I'm saying about this sort of writing, right? It brings a certain emotion to mind. And I think it might have even been useful in a movie in that context, sort of a thing.
Fair enough.
It's a useful
I understand
style,
that.
I think.
I will point people towards like Macbeth, Midsummer Night's Dream, Much Ado About Nothing, and they'll say it's crap, and I'll think it's the most transcending, piece of literature that has ever been written. But yeah, I mean, I just back to what we were getting on about like prophecy making and making predictions. Like, I don't think the reason why we value the kind of scientific theories that we have now is because like the hypotheses that were tested were necessarily born out of what Christianity was saying. I think things are going to emerge by way of physics, by way of hypothesis making that need not come from prophecy making in ancient times. I think it's interesting
No, I
when you
know.
can find something
I guess what I'm
to point at that's like, whoa, like, yeah, I mean, like, they kind of made
like surely
like,
yeah,
go ahead.
surely a lot of scientists believe in God, and
Sure,
often with the reason that they continue to be scientists despite them believing in God is because they find it captivating how reality was constructed by God, and they are somehow interacting with God through their learning of reality, right? And they view science just as a tool to get closer to God in that sense, and in trying to understand it. Like, for example, I'm pretty sure I've mentioned this before here, like the guy that initially came up with the Big Bang Theory and noticed those background radiation
Background radiation. Yeah.
in the entire universe that he recognized to be an explosion that he basically ultimately theorized to be the Big Bang was like some preacher, some Catholic preacher or something like that. I'm pretty sure.
Fair
Like
enough.
it's very common that, I mean, I'm pretty sure even like Schrodinger or like like Einstein believed in Spinoza's God. Like there's a nature to the, at least the very idea of God,
but let's
that I
not.
think goes aligned with the idea of understanding reality.
Oh, okay. Thanks for tying it, putting it
Yeah.
together at the end there.
Can,
One sec, Robin. Just I have to
Okay.
leave for about 15, 20 minutes. I'm sure you guys have lots to talk about here, but I just wanted to summarize that, like, the reason why I see an epistemic, why I feel an epistemic negativity overall for what Christianity's produced. A lot of it relates to, faith as viewed by the religion as a reasonable epistemic justification. The infallibleness, the dogmatisms, which would be the resistance to conflicting discoveries or ideas. Just in general, that process of infallibility of, like, we already are assuming this is fact because it's in the doctrine. So anything that comes up that would seek to challenge that in any way, we just already know that thing is not the case. Now, luckily, and kind of what Luke was pointing to, and I think was correct, is that as we've moved through history and science has been also adopted and fostered by Christianity, we get less of those conflicting ideas by, like, what we would consider now to be extreme anti-scientific ideas coming into contact with Christianity. Things have gotten better, but it's not fixed. It's not corrected, at least in the way that I would like to see it corrected. But everyone else have a turn.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, as Aristarchus of Samos was like, who came up with the heliocentric model, and it was 2 centuries before Jesus existed. So, like, it was the first model of the heliocentric was proposed by a Greek philosopher, not a Christian scientist.
Most of those discoveries were founding the money come from Christianity. That's what the names I put in the chat points towards. I'm not saying all of it came from there. I'm saying most of it. When you find these discoveries that are put forward, you find resistance from non-believers. Those who wanted the power and the fame went against what those who wanted to reveal the truth, that was the nature created by God. That's what we find in history. That's why I say that by the measurement tool presented or proposed by Pangburn, we should arrive to the conclusion that it is a net positive, not a net negative.
Luke, where is the main opposition to science today? What people are proposing anti-scientific claims with vaccines, with many other scientific policies and others? What people, what ideologies are those people coming from?
Extremists. That's where it comes from.
Right,
MAGA people.
Yes, but
Extremists.
they are religious. They are religious, and they are attempting. And excuse me, don't interrupt me. Okay,
okay.
They are religious.
Asked me the question.
I got a good point on this one after you.
But they are religious, and they are trying to affect the policy in law.
Totally disagree.
Not with scientific claims, and better evidence, but through dogmatism.
Again, this assumption that religious people can't use science.
It's because it's contradictory to many concepts.
What are you talking about?
It's history.
I mean,
do you want me to expand on my point? I can, but don't interrupt me.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, I think you're wrong, but I'm down for. Please finish.
I know you think I'm wrong, but here's the thing, though. Like the anti-vax discussion is not all religious, admittedly, but there is an element of it in our country, in the United States at least right now, that is basically saying that they are not natural, that they are a net negative for various reasons, and then various ideologies basically say, hey, we are not going to vax for various given reasons, and those put the general population at risk, like with measles outbreaks. Okay, now, is that just Christianity? No, admittedly, I admit that to you. I admit that. But the anti-science that's happening today is not happening from people who are secular or who, don't take religion as seriously to be put in government. It's being influenced by people within government now who do expressly say that they want to use their religion for various purposes. And so, you can talk about the past if you want and the good of what came from science or hospitals, even though hospitals existed before Christianity. And yes, they were spread a little bit by Christianity, admittedly, just like education systems, but so did the Muslims as well. And that today, again, who are the crowds of people that are burning books or are not? I apologize. That's wrong. Let me correct myself. Who are trying to
wrong again? Extremists.
Who are? What is their main ideology?
Okay, hold on. Let me know when you're. Actually, I'm sorry. I don't want to cut you off. Let me know when you're ready.
No, you're right. There's a delay. Go ahead. I'm done.
Okay. First off, have you for real quantified this, or is this kind of like a qualitative thing that you kind of are doing some educated guesses on? Or do you have some actual numbers that say, oh, Christian people are actually on the majority side and doing this, and non-religious people are on the positive side of doing it?
It's not. You could say if it's how you have people on quote unquote both sides, like you had for American slavery, but there's a denial. There's a large denial in human civilization, I would submit to you, of how much bad religion has done towards people. Okay, I know that you admitted earlier.
The first question is: is it like an actual quantified thing that you have numbers with? You have units, or you're telling me this is a qualitative thing that you're making some?
Yeah, you could look at Leopold II and roughly 10 million people dead in because of Belgium's conquest, colonization, however you would call it, in the Congo. You could look at the number of Native Americans. Admittedly, you were right. A lot died by disease, so that has to be taken into account. But the forced conversions of natives in California and many other states in South America, the save the man, kill the Indian phrase of, I think it was either the 19th or 20th century, where many Native Americans were basically said, you're forced onto reservations, and now you will go to boarding schools where they basically erase their cultures and land and force them to, become white, essentially.
Okay, hold on. I feel like we're expanding the argument from empiricism now. I thought we were sticking on the empiricism thing.
My point is that people use religion, whether directly in the form of Spanish, like Robin was trying to talk about earlier, and those other groups that came to the Americas, or indirectly, but still as a foundation to basically argue that they have something right that they are allowed to use as basis for making major changes. The people who are trying to ban books today are not atheists. If you think that's a generalization, then go look it up. Go look at Moms for Liberty and the other groups that try to ban books and why they're trying to ban them. And they're succeeding. Because they claim...
let's not just say books. Let's include just in general who's banning ideas. And I feel like then you'll encounter the fact that I think it's mostly a-religious people who try to ban ideas. Some are written in words, and some happen to not be written in words. Some are on the internet, some are preached through people, some are in videos, some are in movies, all sorts. Right? Who's banning more things? Do you think more ideas?
I think
the religious.
I think you need to come
up with power throughout history.
Can y'all hear me?
Atheists are banning books. What?
Can nobody hear me?
Ideas? Did you hear my ideas point?
He was talking about libraries.
Right, and I'm making the point that actually libraries are just a type of groups of ideas, right? Because each book just communicate ideas.
They're banning books.
And who's banning ideas? Who do you think is banning the most ideas? Because I can hear you, Robin.
Okay. I mean, I think that you need to show that they were not religious. Even if you want to break that down in political groups of the Republicans and the Democrats, most Democrats are Christians too. There's a large number of Christians in the Democratic Party. So that the left and the right does not equal believers and non-believers. That's not the way.
Yeah, no, I wasn't making this a political thing. I was just.
You said they were religious, and I don't know that. But when you are using the government, there is one thing. It's one thing. Yep. It's one thing for some people to be opposed to it's one thing for me to speak out against people saying hateful stuff to trans people. Okay, because I'm not the government. But when when you're going into schools and you're wanting to stop the teaching of evolution, and you're wanting to make it to where you're not allowed to.
What I'm trying to say is there's all sorts of people trying to influence education.
I'm not finished.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. Yes, there's all kinds of people trying to influence education. Yes, that's true. The thing about it is the people who are wanting to teach it, the people who are putting evolution into the schools have the science behind them. And the people who want to stick creation in the schools do not have science behind them. They know this. They've already been defeated in court. In the Supreme Court case, they got reprimanded over the intelligent design stuff. It's not science. It's not followed by science. And so there, when you look at who's trying to do stuff, often the Christians are trying to use the powers of government to change these things. They're not just trying to go through shunning people or trying to make people change the way they view their views. They are trying to use the power of the government to wield these things.
Why do you think Darwin was not was agnostic. Why do you think that?
I think Darwin was a Christian until he went
Right.
into and the reason why the reason why he says that he became a non-believer was because of his daughter dying. His
I
favorite
don't actually.
daughter.
I haven't read this, but my understanding was that Darwin was not an atheist.
He was not an atheist. Nobody was atheist much back then. There was not atheists, but he
They didn't have the
became a
community to do
non-believer.
it.
But he did not
Okay, they
express.
needed a community.
He
No
did not
community, no
express.
atheist.
Well, he
Okay,
was
I see that.
married.
I can see that.
He was married
Don't mock
to.
that point. I'll expand it if you really want.
Yeah, he was married to a deeply religious
I can
woman,
laugh without
and
mocking.
they lost a child, and so that's why he lost his faith. But he did not express that in public because he was married to a deeply religious woman, and he did not want to hurt her, and so that's why he was. But like you cannot go back and at a time when it was not even safe to come out as a non-believer. And try to insert that into the thing. Well, all these
I mean,
people
it's even his
believe.
personal writings, though.
Yeah, I know. Then you should have known that that's why he was not a believer, because his daughter died.
I don't know. I mean, maybe.
Because that's exactly
you're right that I shouldn't trust this quick Google search as much as I'm trusting it now. Maybe. But
That's
I mean,
that's what he expresses is that he stopped believing God after his daughter died. But he certainly didn't see that God was necessary. He saw, like, in the evolution and the natural selection, he did not see where God was needed in that. Now that doesn't prove that God wasn't involved in it. That's a whole different conversation on whether a loving God would use the evolution by natural selection to create all of life on the planet. You know, I mean, that's a totally different theological discussion. But but how many astrophysicists are believers in God now?
Probably a minority.
So what, like in the college of sciences or whatever it is, how many of the people in the top scientists in that are God believers?
What if I told you that the most successful scientist that contributed the most to the actual physics? I'm not saying this is actually the case, but hypothetical, right? What if it was that those people that were most successful in the physics were actually in the higher proportion of believers?
Yeah, it's called being the majority.
Yeah, and they were looking for God.
No, I don't mean a majority. I mean in a higher proportion.
The majority
so they might still be a minority.
The majority of people, and when the majority is of Christian background, it's going to be likely that most scientists are going to be of Christian background. It's not rocket science.
In the past, several within the last portion decades, like Robin was saying, where people did not have support coming out as non-Christians. Essentially, you would be ostracized, just like with Islam as well, in various areas of the world for hundreds of years, where if you even doubted
but private writings exist. I don't know. Private writings, I feel like defeat that point.
You can be of Christian background and not be religious. You know, you just come from a Christian family. You have
we're talking about people that are Christian and are
ardently religious
and preach. No, that are religious.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think most scientists are going to be like super religious.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
Right, but they're still of Christian background.
A great number of biologists still are religious. It goes down once you get into astrophysics and physics and stuff. But the scientists.
Well, I feel like you still didn't answer my point.
But the scientists are still like the major in the College of Sciences, which are like our top scientists in the country. Those are there's like 6% who are God believers. Something like that.
Okay, yeah, but I don't know if the ratios of people and how the majorities align is the best way to make a point.
What is your? I'm failing to see your.
You were the one that was pointing to that as some sort of evidence.
Yeah, you're the one that brought it up.
How did I? I don't think I did, but okay.
Yeah,
Maybe
neither.
I think I mentioned the proportions of Christians that believe in, but I don't think I ever mentioned like how they,
Yeah,
because I don't
you
think they're a
were
majority in like
you were
scientists.
saying
Obviously, in fact, I made that point. In fact, I could
you
repeat what I said if you guys want me to, but I don't think I should because you
you
guys
were
probably
saying
remember what I said,
how
right?
would it be? So, what if I told you that the scientist who provided the most to science was
Right.
a
There you
Christian?
go.
That was you who brought it up. Yeah.
Exactly. So that's
So
a different proportion.
that's not a surprise. Yeah.
I
Right. So
lose,
do you see
but
the distinction between that and what you said or what Robin said?
No.
You don't. Okay. Do you want me to, I could like make it super clear, but I feel like it's almost
She was right. Like you're the one who made the point. You made that. You thought you were
okay.
making a
Yeah,
point.
yeah.
You thought you
It's
ate.
okay.
You thought you ate. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, for sure. She was right. You got me.
Luke, did you want to say something?
A get thing, dude. It's trying to have a reality and
No.
reality
She thought it was a
question
good thing. It was a good thing, clearly.
But my question, but on that though, because I don't want to let this pass. My question to you is: at what point would you admit that certain evidence shows that your conclusion is wrong? Because I know what would show mine, and I,
So I actually
you know,
don't. I mean,
study.
evidence is a nice thing, but I'm big on proof.
Proof is math.
You,
We do
yeah,
proof.
you,
Proof is
yeah.
for math.
Yeah.
We don't.
Oh,
We don't do. You don't
you
do
don't like math? You're
arguments about.
against that?
Well, I mean,
That's
like
not your thing.
like this isn't
What do
math
you
we're
mean?
talking about. We're not talking
Yeah,
about
this is
math.
actual reported history, dude. We're trying to talk about of various periods.
Right. That's why I
and
asked you, can you quantify this? And you said you can quantify it because of the things that you meant. I don't think that you could quantify it because of the things that you mentioned.
You can
but
quantify the number
I'm
of
ultimately interested in the quantifiable answer that we can find. And otherwise, I think we're just kind of talking.
You could quantify the number of people killed for various reasons throughout the history of the world. Like I said, I talked about Leopold in Africa, roughly over 10 million people.
I mean, we were talking about the empiricism thing. I'm down to talk about the other thing, but ultimately, I feel like it's going to get like we're going to need more and more evidence. The more and more points we bring up, we should try to like start with the empiricism thing, and then move on to like the death thing, or maybe the ultimate like who provides the best well-being. Because I think that's like a greater point that comes after the who provides the best groundwork for like empiricism or whatnot.
Well, that wasn't actually the topic of discussion. The topic of discussion is Christianity
and how it affected empiricism. Was it not? Is that what we started here?
So the
Yes,
the topic today is Christianity, net negative or net positive, and we can measure that by any metric anyone brings up. So epistemology has been one metric by people's individual epistemological standards. Like they can say, well, based on my epistemological standards, Christianity has been a net negative when it comes to getting in the way of, let's say, scientific progress and whatnot. Or someone can say by their ethical standards, they think it's been a net positive because it's generally been a good guiding force or whatever. But
okay, yeah. I guess I came in the empiricism question of that.
Did you guys?
Yeah, when I asked Travis for the measurement tool, he came up with those two measurement tools. One of those two was empiricism. We started talking about how science was impeded by Christianity. There was this other person who jumped in and pointed towards the extremist group of Christians, and as an example, and I pointed out to those scientific discoveries that weren't possible without Christianity.
Okay.
So whatever the measurement tool that we are using, I believe that we will find that Christianity has a net positive. If we give a number, even if this number is arbitrary, the result of it would be a net
The
positive.
numbers, Luke, you hand waving numbers like that I've talked about with Native Americans and Robin mentioned earlier is very
Let's not hand waving them.
is very telling. Yes, it is. Yes,
No,
it
but
is.
then let's
There are-
not. Then let's
No.
not.
No,
Let's make
but
it real. Then let's not hand wave it.
The arguments we've posted just now about the forced conversions of native populations and such. And Trav, if you think I'm going on a tangent, feel free to stop me. Okay. Okay.
Today's very
arguments
open-ended topic.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah.
The arguments we're trying to make to you there are that at a base level, they used religion to justify to say they were allowed to do various actions in history. Robin told you guys about the Catholic Church with the doctrine. I don't remember what it was called and what year because I'm tired and exhausted right now. But whatever the name of the doctrine is, we could look up.
Doctrine of Discovery, 1452.
And admittedly, we admitted to you that disease did kill, admittedly, smallpox and the transmission of Europeans and Americans, of millions of people. But there were also centuries of governments basically saying that the native populations were not Christian and they were allowed to do with those populations as they wanted to. I also named Africa, where Leopold II from Belgium, if you don't know that history, I would go read it, where he basically went in to try to justify ending slavery, supposedly, but ended up killing or maiming in the vicinity of 10 million Africans who were not Christian, with forced conversion and other factors as well. And so my question to you both is, at what point would you say, wow, that's really interesting, or could we discuss what evidence would be when you say quantifiable or wherever we're trying to take the argument? I'm trying to understand from your guys' perspective, because I'm not saying you have to get rid of religion, but right now, like for example, LGBTQ people's rights in the United States are being threatened by religious doctrine. Their rights are actively being, and I know that this is somewhat of a, there's a thing of this topic here, and I promise I'll stop because I don't want to go forever. But we're saying that essentially that religion has a potential cause to cause harm towards others. And I don't know what exact percent I would give, 55% net negative, 45% positive or whatnot.
No. Like you said, don't give a number if you don't have one. It's fine.
We're trying to see from your guys' perspective what evidence you would to say, oh, okay, we can see where you're saying like that thing, affecting and being used because people, just like the Crusades, even though the Christians and Muslims both killed each other during the Crusades, right? Using their authoritarian ways in dogmatic religion, monotheistic religions. But we're trying to understand and say, like, what point would you say that evidence, oh, wow, that is kind of, that's interesting. I'd have to, see what that looks like. I guess that's what I'm looking for. But I don't want to hog it because I know Robin, I don't know if you had another point, or Dosia if you want to go. But
yeah. Again, just to give you a quick answer, I think, any like piece of evidence that you'd give me, the most interesting thing about the piece of evidence is like all the details that made it be the way it is. And so like you gave me a few quote unquote pieces of evidence there. And I feel like if we go into detail of one of them, I can tell you it'll like illustrate the picture of like what it is that I'm like after. And I think what it is that other people are after, but honestly, I can't speak for other people, right? Like everybody has their own standard for what is truth or what should be done or what'll satisfy them, right? But to me, what would satisfy me is like the proof, the mechanism by which you think that like this Christian thing is leading to this other evil outcome, right? Because I think ultimately you're wrong. I actually come to a different conclusion than you do when I examine the evidence that you present me. I come to a more nuanced opinion about what it is that's going on, and it explains more of the questions that I have about like how is it that not all of the people that contradict it are Christian, or what is it, why is it that not all of the people that disagree with it are atheistic, right? Like what is the play that's going on here in the variables that are seemingly less involved, but still involved. Sorry, you sound muted. I think you're covering your mic somehow.
Oh, sorry, I apologize. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's
better.
Please tell me you're not making a no true Scotsman fallacy about they weren't really Christians.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
You're not. Please tell me you're not, because I want to make sure that's clear on. They weren't following doctrines. They weren't actual Christians of following Jesus, because all religion is how people use it. It's how people used it to justify various things, and like whether I could quote the verse or not that the Spanish doctrine was off of. Okay, I just want to make sure, because
for example, one, I really think that the Inca thing, at least specifically, you guys brought up the Inca thing. I think had you just said the Mayans, had you said the Mayan thing, I would have been totally on board with you. The Mayans got demolished in a sense. A lot because of the Christian faith and what was going on there. Also because of those people's ambitions and them wanting to be rich and shit like that, and the families they were in and the personal things that were going on. But I think those are implicit in a sense, those there's an infinite amount of nuance that goes into why people are doing what they're doing, and only a part of it is because I'm a Christian, But specifically with the Incas that you guys brought up, the Spaniards literally just joined in on the Civil War and killed the guy at the end of the thing because they had guns and horses, and it was kind of easy to do that, and then they just took over. It was very much so not a thing because they were Christian and again, that's one example. But the specificity is the example matter. Go ahead.
As I explained, though, the reason. The Doctrine of Discovery come out in 1452. Okay, one of the reasons why those Spaniards were in South America was because they had this right by the decreed to them by the monarch. This was given to the monarchs by the leader of the church. The whole world was under this same church at the time, and so these kings had this decree that allowed them to go explore these other countries and do this. And so, I'm not saying that they were doing it because they believed in God, but what I've said was that they did it under the guise of, we have the permission from the church, who is our moral authority over every country at that time, until King. Until
I get what you're saying.
Until
they thought their God was behind them and wanted them to do that.
But it just gave them permission. But it didn't say that
That's what I mean by that.
Wanted them to do it. That would be the Crusades, would be that right there. I'm not saying that.
Oh, okay, I see the difference.
I'm not saying that they were doing it because they said God wanted them to, but it gave them permission to. And until the Anglican Church, every country, France, Spain, England, all of these countries were under the authority of the Roman Catholic Church, and so they got permission for this. It doesn't mean that they went there and said, "Oh, we're here because God sent us," but they had the permission to do this by the church.
I think I get you. Yeah.
So you got to separate between Christianity too, is the people who are doing things because of God or doing things because of the church. Because I think that Christianity, you don't get to just claim the God stuff. You have to claim the church stuff too, because that is part of Christianity, which is why Christianity has to claim the abuse of children by the church in the Catholic and the Southern Baptist, you have to claim that. That's part of it. That's part of Christianity, because those are Christian churches.
Sure. Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay, that's all I wanted to say.
Well said, Robin. Does anyone else want to weigh in? We haven't heard from a lot of you. If you're new to,
Vincent,
I have to give some of you roles, so I've done that. You should all be able to unmute if you want to speak. But go ahead, Luke.
Yeah. The numbers thing, I don't think we had 10 million as a number, but I didn't get any specific numbers. So that's the trouble I'm having with this conversation. We're missing a tool that gives us numbers as a result. Something that we, at least if it's a range of numbers, like kind of thing, we could say negative or positive to talk about net.
Yeah.
It's hard
Luke,
to put numbers.
It's a hard. This is a general bet we are making really with this because, like, we can bring up some statistical relevancies, some polling, some relevant polling, but ultimately, at the end of the day, I think when we're talking about whether it's truly a net negative or truly a net positive, we're basically like giving our best guess because we don't have that the empirical data, and obviously it depends on your empirical standards, right? Some people just might have faith that it's been a net positive, right? And I have arguments against faith as a justification, but I can't it's hard for me to overcome that empirically.
Yeah, that's the reason why I'm talking about numbers is because your own tool to measure it, you hold the claim that it has been more negative for science. When I say it is more negative for science using your own tool, but we don't have a way to know if indeed using your own tool, who between us is correct.
No, we do. Well, we have a way of coming to, by way of reason, to where our best bet is placed. So, yeah, I mean, so if we do it this way, I have something here. So, from a rigorous Pangburn philosophy perspective, it cannot be precisely quantified in the way we quantify like GDP, life expectancy, or scientific output. Any numerical score would necessarily involve a particular philosophical judgment. Okay, this is for well-being. No, that's not what I want. Let me run this again. Sorry, one sec.
Yeah,
because I am trying to get. I know what you're getting at, and there's a way to demonstrate the something numerically, something percentage-wise, but it just takes a second to get there.
And let me just say that, Luke, like when me and Travis first started this conversation, and we were the only two in here, like I said that probably net positive. Like if I'm sure, I think that's what I said, Travis, wasn't it? That as like overall, that probably I would have considered Christianity a net positive, I guess, like for all of time, like since it's came about. But like we were just pointing to specific things that I feel like that you can point to and say this is where maybe it wasn't. And it's hard to tell because we don't live in a world where we've been without Christianity. So like it's almost an just a thought experiment to try to see the world otherwise.
There has been countries where Christianity were persecuted. Christians are persecuted today. We can have a look into those countries if we want to see what happens when Christianity is pushed aside.
Okay, here we go. Now I got something for you guys to chew on here.
You mean like the Nordic countries? In everything?
They are not persecuted in the northern country, Vincent.
Yeah, but like where religion was pushed to the side and they're like thriving by almost every metric?
No, they are not pushed to the side, Benson.
I think he's talking about like Nigeria. There is, large portions of Nigeria where the Christians are persecuted by Muslim, by Islam, and there's a lot of violence there towards Christians, and there's other countries where there's been a lot of violence towards Christians. Yeah.
Okay, so check this out. I haven't ran this experiment before, but this is kind of cool. it gets us closer to, I think, of what Luke would like to see. So from a Pangburn philosophy framework, we can construct a reasoned estimate based on epistemic virtues and vices. So, so literacy and education, general positive effect, preservation of knowledge, general positive effect, universities and scholarships, positive effect, philosophical development, general positive effect, faith as a truth-finding method, negative effect, revelation as knowledge source, negative effect, doctrinal certainty, negative effect, resistance to conflicting evidence, negative effect, authority-based belief formation, negative effect. So the Pangburnian analysis would likely weight belief formation methods more heavily than institutional achievements because epistemology is primarily about how we know. So the conservative Pangburn estimate would, so if 5 out of 10 is neutral, the epistemic score for Christianity would be a 4 to a 4.5 out of 10. Okay, so 55 to 60% negative. This would apply a modest net epistemic negative. Strong Pangburn estimate, if one heavily weighs faith and doctrinal certainty as epistemic liabilities, which I do, then we're looking more in the range of 60 to 70% negative versus the 30 to 40% positive. So let me go down because there's one thing I want to do with this. So the reasoning would be Christianity contributed enormously to education, literacy, and intellectual institutions, but its core epistemic engine relies significantly on faith, revelation, and protected doctrines. Since Pangburn philosophy treats truth tracking reliability as the highest epistemic standard, those features carry substantial negative weight. So now what I want to do is see and how does this relate to how? Sorry, I'm just geeking out a bit here, but people can chime in whenever they want. This gets closer to it. So big practice.
Yeah, I tried to type the measurement criteria, but I think some of them we would disagree on.
Yeah, I mean, you and I are going to disagree on faith as a truth-finding method, right?
I don't think it depends on the truth. Is it morally true, or is it actual?
Well,
where does the sun
morally
goes?
Morally true just means true to the moral agent. Do you agree with that? Or do you mean? No, you mean something.
I mean,
different.
is it good or bad? That's my.
You mean something different. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, is it a good thing or a bad thing? This kind of question is answered by faith. Faith does answer if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but it doesn't answer where does the sun goes when it sets down.
But
faith doesn't answer that question.
But you believe good and bad is set in stone, right, by God?
It is contextual. So, like gravity.
Yeah.
Gravity is set in stone, but not quite. Depending on where you are on Earth or in space, gravity behaves differently.
Yeah, but like.
I think.
I'm not saying. I'm asking you. But let's not. We don't need to go by example. I'm asking you if God has set good, bad, right, and wrong. If there's an objective, true reality to those things that are outside the whims and desires of the individual, and I think you believe that to be true.
God has set good as He set gravity. The reason why I use gravity as an example is because I hope you and me agree that gravity is contextual. It doesn't behave the same way depending on the context where we're at.
Yeah.
So good, the thing that can be good can be bad depending on the context. For example, drinking water is set as a good thing by God, but in some context, drinking water becomes a bad thing.
Yeah. So I'm just
those are
wondering.
amoral.
I'm asking
things.
you the meta-ethical question, though, Luke.
Do you believe in
not
objective?
asking you. I'm just asking you the meta-ethical question. Like, fundamentally, has God determined good and bad, right and wrong in the world, or do you think that hasn't been determined?
It has been determined as gravity was.
Okay.
So God has set good as he set gravity. Like, gravity is set by God, and what is good is also set by God. He knows the nooks and corners, whatever.
You made it clear. You made it clear to me in that answer. You clarified it, and then you gave the gravity example. So I knew. I now know what you're talking about. So fair enough. Okay, a rough Pangburn is, if the average non-religious person truth-tracking habits were arbitrarily set at 100, not because Pangburnian estimate average highly fallibilistic thinker 110 to 120, average secular person 100, average Christian thinker 85 to 95. Not because Christians are less intelligent, but because the system encourages at least one domain of belief that is partially insulated from ordinary evidential standards. So this is interesting because I've never tried to quantify this before, but this is interesting. I'm going to do more work on this, but so far my system is telling me that based on what I find virtuous epistemically, that the fallibilistic thinker, by my own standard, my own personal standards, is going to score, saying that a 100 would be the average epistemic abilities, again, by my own standards. If someone's a highly fallibilistic thinker, they're going to be scoring on average between 110 and 120. The average secular person, because of how they generally form epistemology, is going to be at that general mean of 100. So not necessarily highly fallibilistic thinker, just by way of being your average secular epistemologist. And then the average Christian, by my standards, is going to be scoring anywhere between 85 and 95 on average, just due to these things we outlined. And this is general. It's not that all Christians would think this way, but faith as a truth-finding method, revelation as knowledge source, doctrinal certainty, resistance to conflicting evidence, authority-based belief formation. So, I think this is kind of, this is a way to explain with how I do generally feel about this question, the epistemic question.
Mm-hmm. So you have two things, the faith thing and the resistance to conflicting evidence. Those two things we disagree. I don't think that Christians do claim that faith is a source of knowledge when it comes to scientific knowledge. It is a source of knowledge when it comes to morality, moral science.
I'm not talking about scientific knowledge. I'm saying this is an assessment of the thinker in general, not just how they feel about science, but it's assessing those what I would consider to be, as a fallibilist, as someone who thinks that fallibilism is a necessary constraint on good, sound epistemology. Many Christians are failing right off the bat at that because they're not fallibilist about their Christian dogmas. Now, I'm not saying all of them aren't, because I meet a lot of Christians who are fallibilist. So I'm just saying that my system, I put huge amount of value on fallibilism being a necessary constraint. So if that's not there, that's going to drastically affect the score, and it is generally much higher on the dogmatism level, the unopenness to update, the infallibility with regards to Christianity than it is to a secular person. That's not to say that secular. That's not to say that secular people don't have their own dogmatisms. They do.
Yeah, because I would say the first conversation we had was about the fallibility of your claim God exists or doesn't exist. You know, like, you remember the first conversation we had, you and me, was about the existence of God and how your system doesn't allow you to falsify this.
Oh
Your
no,
position.
yeah, no. Well, my system doesn't adopt the burden of proof of your falsification that I think is your burden. But I can still defend Gnostic atheism, but that's separate from the topic today. But we can do that.
Okay.
We can do that one soon. But
yeah, that'd be fun.
at least is what because that's a lot more fun than atheism versus theism, because it's good to switch that burden onto the atheist and say, oh, that no gods exist. Well, how can you demonstrate that? That's a fun game, because it's very difficult to demonstrate to some people's epistemic standards. And again, I say some people because that's where the big impasse is going to be. But to some people's epistemic standards, it's going to be difficult to demonstrate, to truly demonstrate that leprechauns don't exist. They're going to be like, yeah, but they could still be around that other corner. It's like, okay, you're a certaintist with regards to your epistemic standards. So, yeah.
Yeah, or show me how you ruled out that Zeus is not the true God.
Yeah.
So yeah.
But
I just want to say this something like on as far as the Christianity and positive and negative, like, of course we've got to look at this as like if Christianity if we had a vacuum where Christianity did not develop, it's very likely that another religion would have been in its place. And so, that doesn't necessarily mean that none of these other atrocity things would have happened under another religion, because I feel like that a lot of them happened because of the human mindset, and and just like the time of like populate, like a lot of exploration and greed and stuff. So if we suck Christianity out of that equation, that doesn't mean that these things would not have happened. So it is important for people like me to remember that minus Christianity would have still left a place for another religion to have been in the same place, to have done pretty much similar things, because a lot of it was due to mindset of humans. And so I cannot say that I think that all of these negative things are completely on Christianity.
We'll let Brett go. We'll let Brett go, but I do want to allow what Robin just said to allow us to migrate over to the ethics side, because we touched it earlier, but a lot of people weren't here, and make our determinations on where we think, unless more people want to speak on the epistemic issue, but it would be cool to also touch the ethics issue before it gets too late, because I have the other opinion. Ethically, I see a net positive ethically by my standard of maximizing well-being, physical, mental, and social health. I see Christianity has almost certainly been a net positive. But go ahead, Brett.
Yeah, see, I would somewhat agree with you there in terms of ethics, of what it, many main messages from it of, loving thy neighbor and such. But it's a historical fact that in the United States, for example, much of Jim Crow laws and other elements of society, which actively kept non-white populations from obtaining equal rights for the better part of a century or so, were Christian groups, local governments. The KKK is a religious denomination, whether someone is comfortable saying that or not. Whether they're an actual Christian, obviously you could go into. But the point is that organized religion in this regard has caused many people to justify dehumanization, taking of land, forced conversion, etc., of millions of people. And if I didn't touch too much on the part of, like I said, the Jim Crow laws, like literally local and state governments in various states throughout the United States, the most segregated time of the week was often church. And that you had people that actively, while Martin Luther King and other Christian ministers did push for the Civil Rights Act, obviously in the 1960s, the larger majority often fought against integration of people's rights of non-white groups, and by the federal government had to be forced to integrate schools, to integrate hospitals, to integrate restaurants, etc. So the ethics point, what you just said there, Trav, and I'll stop here because I don't want to mic hog. The ethics point, I agree to you to a given degree, but I think that people just flat out downplay how much a religion like Christianity has also been a tool used by people to basically, like we talked about with the exploration and whatnot, Africa, colonialism, etc.
Well,
And
how about this? Rape children en masse. How about that? Yeah. Christianity and religion being used as a tool of mass rape of children. Yeah.
The Catholic Church used its power to basically hide pedophiles, and those that oftentimes were convicted in the early 2000s, whatnot, or if they actually went to court, many were just sent to reassignment in other countries. But that's also coming through not just the Catholic Church, but many of the churches today. Like seeing the number of assault cases and whatnot around the country still to this day, and those terrible people end up on the street because of having a good enough lawyer or whatever else. This is exactly what is happening in the Texas election right now for senator with Ken Paxton. Like, go read that if you guys haven't. It's really disturbing.
Yeah.
So, but I'll stop there.
Yeah, I want to bring up that like teachers, like most like people in positions like that right there are mandatory reporters in like police, stuff like that, are mandatory reporters in almost every state in the United States. And in a few states, though, they've been trying to push for like religious leaders to also be mandatory reporters. So like, and there are some states where, and the fight that they're having over this mandatory reporting is from the religious people who are saying that religious
Correct.
leaders should not be forced to be mandatory reporters. So like if you go to your priest and you admit that you harmed a child like that right there, that priest does not have to report you. And I think that that's wrong.
Yes.
You know, I mean
justice.
And like we're not getting that's who's fighting these kind of laws. It is the religious people.
So we are leaning on, and I know it seems crazy to treat some of these issues because they are widespread as anecdotes, but one thing to try to imagine is to think of how many Christians you would hold liable for the behaviors of, say, the rapist, pedophile priests and those who peddle them around. I don't hold Christians in general liable to that, those actions. Now, and then there's a difference of, and then of course I would hold them liable if they are like standing there in support of it, or, saying that. Like trying to apologize it away, then I would hold them liable to some degree.
Not fighting against it is immoral, in my opinion.
Yeah, can I bring up a point though, Travis?
I think when you belong to, you have a group membership, and there is something going awry and something brutal happening within group membership, it is part of your responsibility to speak out against that, like Perry was just saying. And
can I bring up a point?
Go ahead, Robin.
Like when gay marriage and stuff passed the Supreme Court, we saw a lot of protesting and stuff like that. But when actually we did not see protests outside of the Catholic Church when this came out, we did not see Christians who are not involved in this out there protesting the Catholic Church. Like Sam Harris used to make an argument about how the minority or the majority of Christians who are good people
Yeah.
actually provide cover for those who are bad actors.
Well,
by they protect them through the he makes an argument.
Yeah, I don't buy it. I need evidence of someone actively protecting against something. And again, if it, like you have to imagine like the elderly person or the uneducated person who just goes to church on Sunday with the families, calls themselves Christian. But they're not. They don't know anything about particular scandals or what's going on. I'm not saying that they are a participant in that or liable to that if they are completely ignorant to it. Being a Christian doesn't mean you have to be up to date on all of the insanity that's going on within Christianity. I think that's ridiculous to graft onto human beings, and I see it as counter to people's well-being to graft that kind of standard onto them. That but if they are aware of it, if it is made clear to them that this is going on, it's only ethical to raise your voice against it, and that's what I hope people do. And there's lots of different scandals that have happened throughout the history of Christianity. Oh, by the way, if anyone's keeping score, Islam just scored a 70% negative, 30% positive epistemically based on this new system I'm building. So Christianity beat Islam epistemically. So, yeah, and also, also like think of, and Luke makes a good point that the USA is not the center of the world. Like Christians all around the world, some without regular internet access or access to media and stuff like that. So when we're talking about Christianity, let's not forget about the hundreds of millions that don't know about this stuff.
Like I said a while ago, I think it'd be hard. All of these things, it's going to be hard to quantify if it's a negative or positive, because we don't know what would have existed in a vacuum without it. And
but we're kind of assessing Christianity is how it did play out. We're not really saying whether something, in place of it. And this is calling upon people's ethical and epistemic standards. Like hopefully people can articulate their own and measure the outcomes, measure what goals were being attempted.
I think it did. I think Christianity, though, especially early Christianity, did provide an ideology that even poor people were humans. Early Christianity is so much different than what, prior to Constantine adopting it for the Roman Empire. Because I did a debate on this subject, and early Christianity was a very self-sacrifice, peaceful. You weren't even actually, by their theology, you weren't even allowed to use self-defense against someone. You were supposed to turn the other cheek. And I think that at that time in the world, there were a lot of poverty people. And so Christianity did push the ideal that you were supposed to take care of the widows and the orphans and the poor people. And that was something, that was righteous to do by God, in God's eyes. So, I think that the power part of Christianity came after the Roman Empire adopted it and wielded it as a sort of a powerful tool. But that's not what all Christians are about. Like I said, my whole family's Christian, and I would say that every one of them is probably is more moral than I am. In my eyes, I think so.
Right.
I think there's a factor that has to be considered about who you ask if the religion itself is a net positive or net negative. Obviously, there is a little bit of and we are looking at, like we were talking, like Docio was talking about, the empiricism and other numbers, and we're trying to get clear on those factors. But I think a lot of the people that would attest to how humans use the religion to justify various eras of history and like, their conquests and such, many of them are dead. And like that, obviously other religions can do that as well. We had a conflict of, World War II you had many different ideologies with various governments that occurred there as well. But in many different cultures of different people I've talked to, it's not seen as a net positive, because it just basically, the forced conversion side of it meant that, non-Christian groups were basically ostracized. The Native American experience is just one I could point to.
And then what's the positive utility side, Brett? Because you've been pretty hard focused on the negative utility with regards to Christianity, epistemically and ethically. What's the positive light you see when you try to imagine, like, the average Christian throughout history who is pretty far disconnected from any of that stuff you've outlined? And what I mean by that is, like, if you imagine the hundreds of millions of Christians who have lived, how many were direct contributors to what you would consider great evils? How do you think about that?
Yeah, there's a difference between, like, in segregation in the United States, there's a difference between the average person who's going to vote, who, goes to church regularly and attends and is doing their job and other stuff like that, and then the active extremists in society who literally are pushing, legislation forward, claiming they are right because they're good moral people or whatnot, but they're claiming their religion. I would say the good side of it is the aspect that Luke and others have mentioned about building up of hospitals and universities around various areas of the world. I'd say that at the core, the ideas of, like, like I said, like love thy neighbor as thyself, or other concepts like about relationships with enemies and, trying to be aware of violence and how that rises up in us. I think that those are good ideas to explore.
So example, like charity and poverty relief is a big one at the top of the list. Hundreds of millions, even maybe billions of people assisted over 2,000 years by way of charity and poverty relief. That is a astronomical number.
And you can't obviously deny that, because it, what is like Robin said, like, what is the religion the world, one of the main religions the world has followed for the last couple of thousand years, what influence it's had?
People shouldn't want to deny it either. People should not want to deny that fact. That's a fact to celebrate, I think.
I think that we need to separate whether Christians have been a net positive for the world and whether Christianity. Like, I think that they're two different, like, the people, like, that's the part you're talking about. The people are separate. Yeah. They're separate, though, from the actual.
That is true. And today we're talking about Christianity. So the question would be, is there good reason to believe that charity and poverty relief, that there's good doctrinal reasons to believe that that was a driving force for the hundreds of millions to billions of people assisted over 2,000 years? I would say that that's pretty clear. That charity and poverty belief is relief is pretty central to most people's understandings of Jesus's teachings, for example. Do people agree with that? Be charitable and to those in need.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, like I think that, like I said, I think the early Christians were very much like into that. From what when I studied for my debate on this, the
early Christians? I mean, like today is bigger than ever.
But I'm talking about the ones that were coming out close to Jesus's time. So they were like the ones that founded what Jesus taught. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They were the ones that were like creating this story of Jesus's teachings.
Because
there was nobody.
Putting it to
because
action.
We know through the Gospels, all the Gospels and stuff were written way after Jesus and by nobody who knew Jesus. So, but the stories that were being told and later wrote into the Gospels and stuff by the authors and stuff were that Jesus, took care of. There are some weird stories through the Bible a little bit with him, but mostly he was someone who stood up for the justice of the people who were
those
impoverished.
In need. Yeah. Education and literacy. Yeah. Hundreds of millions educated through Christian-raised schools and universities, many times where they were otherwise unavailable. Social support and community. Billions of people benefited from social networks, mutual aid, and family support. So there's the community element, which you all know from a Pangburn well-being perspective. Social health is one of the is part of that well-being triangle. Abolition and human rights movements, so tens of hundreds of millions indirectly benefited from some of that stuff. Now, it's interesting about that. Sometimes the human rights violations that required abolition, many would argue, were born out of some practicings of Christian thought or Christian theology.
Yeah, and that part there upsets me when people try to deny that, humans use the religion to enslave others. No problem when people will say, like you just said, wanting to take credit for the good side of admittedly Quakers and others, at least in the United States, who pushed for the abolition of slavery, but also the contradiction that the religion was also used to justify slavery.
But we are on the positive utility side, so we don't want to lean too far into that. That was my fault. I started it.
Yeah, it's just, I guess it's a short critique I have of where I think sometimes a person will struggle with that because either I myself am susceptible to black and white thinking, or trying to like we're saying here, do a net positive or negative when you have both sides. But
I'll tell you, I love what Christianity has done by way of charity and poverty relief. I love it. This needs to happen more. More organizations, more belief systems need to lead people to doing more charity and poverty relief.
Yeah, Coasters Children's Hospital is a Christian institution, founded by Christians. The Coasters, the Shriners, which are Christians.
And St. Jude. St. Jude.
And like the Catholic Church, is like, as much as I disagree with some of their treatments on the women and stuff, they have provided like many, many, many hospitals around the world for caring for people. So,
yeah. I got it to do Islam, the ethics breakdown. Oh God. So Islam is overwhelmingly net negative from a Pangburnian ethics perspective. Now, I was trying to run that for Christianity. God, I love using these systems. Do you know how long it would take for me to compile this kind of data and do the study work and all that shit? Like,
Yeah, AI is pretty handy when it comes to stuff like that. Which is a good reason why it's sad that we have so many people who are uninformed on stuff when all you got to do is like ask.
yeah, yeah, and yeah, it's just learning a new tool. There was that same gap when the internet came out, the learning curve. There was the same gap when home use computers came out. Cell phones, smartphones and flip phones for people who weren't used to these damn things. I think my system's going to agree with me on the net positive ethics perspective, but we'll see. It's hard to quantify. Like this is why I love cheating using my AI systems. I like how people frame that as cheating, but when it comes to these large, like big questions, big analyses, I like to see like what my initial thoughts, how close they were to what can be made quantifiable.
Well, you're talking about social health. Like, I think that Christianity, and like largely on a large scale, has been a net positive for the social health of many communities that use it. Like it makes community. It gives people community. It gives people somewhere to go when they're in need.
Also, including those who are have wide amounts of inclusion. Yeah, Snowdrop just said, not if you're excluded for your sins. Yeah, exactly. Like that's bad, and that shouldn't be done. But these churches that are open to anyone from any walk of life to come in and find community, that's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, Snowdrop. I was talking about like the majority of people. I understand like that there are minority groups, that suffer because of the very things, that very same religion. So yeah.
Oh wow. Uh-oh. Looks like I might have to change my opinion if I find this convincing.
Well, I had two children out of wedlock, actually. And all I can say is there's a woman that I met who does this thing called secular Quranism. She said I would be publicly flogged after each one. So the Christians didn't never flog me anyway. We'll say that. I never got a public flogging for having either one of my children out of wedlock. But
I think I'm going to be convinced otherwise here, folks.
Uh-oh.
So if anyone wants to look at it, here's what my system just produced with regards to Pangburn, Christianity ethical impact analysis. So the scoring summary here with regards to physical well-being, or it should say physical health, but this is a new system I'm working with. Or this is a new category. So hospitals, charity, disaster relief, poor care, addiction recovery, social support. On the negative side, sexual shame, reproductive restrictions, anti-science health positions in some settings, abuse harms. So it's putting that at a benign 5 out of 10. But the rest, when it comes to mental well-being, social well-being, institutional ethics, and overall, are below even. So the hell anxiety, the guilt, the scrupulosity, sexual repression, trauma from fear-based doctrine, out-group hostility, anti-LGBTQ exclusion, patriarchy, colonial entanglement, heresy, persecution, institutional self-protection, clergy abuse, cover-ups, authority institutions, moral monopolies, overall real harms from dogma, hierarchy, shame, exclusion, and power protection. The case for ethical positivity, the case for ethical negativity, average Christian cognitive ethical effects. Okay. May produce surveillance anxiety, yeah. Belief in divine accountability, conformity pressure. There's also the positive sides for this for anyone that wants to look at this. I just posted it. The ethics scorecard. It shows the weighting. So it's giving less weighting to physical well-being than it is to mental and social, which is a bit weird. I'm going to have to adjust that. It should be equal. But yeah, I mean, I knew this one was close. Like I think I would lose my bet here. My initial bet.
There is
So what was the score?
You can click on the PDF
Okay.
there, Robin. It should open up on your phone. Huh. Oh, sorry.
Like I pointed out, yes, from the other thing, the trouble you're having with your analysis is coming from those strong bases that you coded into your AI that are mistaken. For example, you are using Christianity like the fake those that I call the fake Christian, the minority part of Christians, those who believe that the earth is flat, those that believe that we shouldn't take vaccines or those kind of thing. For the first PDF, for the second one, the trouble I underline is underlined or underlining. The thing that I'm underlining right now is that you have this time period where the time that you evaluate the bad thing is way shorter than the time that you evaluate the good things. So in your PDF, you don't have a how long did it last kind of measurement.
Yeah, the temporal element. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree with you that so far as I've been looking through this as far, and again, these are all subject to change and update, but that's a good note, that if the temporal aspect of this general assessment is not taken into consideration, then it's missing a really important aspect. So that's a good note to update this, and we'll run it again, and I'll keep everyone informed with how this is going. But there is a section 3 in the epistemic breakdown, how this relates to the average Christian. So that's in the PDF. So the relevant question is not simply what Christianity did historically for institutions. The more important epistemic question is what cognitive habits Christianity tends to cultivate in ordinary believers. A person can be Christian and highly fallibilistic. A Christian who says, I think Christianity is true, but I could be mistaken, is much closer to the Pangburnian standard than a Christian who says, I know Christianity is true no matter what evidence appears. The problem is not the identity of being Christian. The problem is the cognitive habit of making some beliefs immune to ordinary evidential pressures. So I think it does take this into consideration, but it sounds like you might disagree with the quantization of that, or maybe
how long did it last? The nailing parts that you talk about, they are punctual. They happened. It is a bad thing. We agree. It is not against the well-being of people. We agree. But compared to the rest of time, it should balance. When you're making balance, it should weight. The weight of it shouldn't be as strong as the other one, where you have those years and years of less suffering.
Run this.
I'm
gonna try to do this update here because it does need to include the temporal layer.
And I think there is some in the paper. There is something about because there is good outside of Christianity, therefore Christianity is less valuable or has less value because we can reach the same outcome without Christianity. Therefore, it diminished the value of Christianity. I'm like, no, doesn't work.
Yeah, I'll have to see where it says that. I mean, yeah. I am analyzing this through the lens of my ethical system. So it should just be measuring to the 6 Pangburn virtues and maxims on the ethics report. But I'm going to see what.
Yeah, there is the uniqueness of charity kind of part in it. So anyway, that's my take on those two papers.
That's good. That's good. That's good feedback. Thank you. Perry, drop a David. We need some lightheartedness in this bitch. The other face, love a bit.
Asking for a David on the spot is wild.
What's that?
Asking for a David on the spot like that's wild.
No, it's unethical. I should be killed. I should be killed for that unethical thing.
Yeah, I'll give you a David. I think like my knee-jerk reaction when I was weighing it against like other could-bes like Platonism or Zoroastrianism.
Yeah.
I think I kind of hear what Luke is saying, like trying to quantify these virtues. It would be nice if we just had all of the specific stats. But you did bring up some good things at the end there. Death anxiety. I think about that a lot.
Yeah. Think of the alleviation. So, like, here's what we're combating with: the alleviation of death anxiety. Even though I think it's epistemically defunct, but regardless, people believe it. The death anxiety is relieved. That is a huge amount of pressure off the human being's shoulders. However, if the death anxiety comes from a fear of hell, the threat of hell, then
correct. Yeah. Threat, coercion, like voluntarily placing fear into people's minds. That is, like, I think a deep magnitude of evil. I'll say since we're talking, but bad, and I don't know how you'd quantify that. It'd be difficult to quantify it, but it seems to me that that's something that would permeate through someone in every choice that they make in their life. At some point, they'll reflect at the end of the day or the end of the week. They're like, am I doing the right thing? Like, am I going to go to hell? Man, just artificial anxiety.
So right now, I believe that the main reason that we use heaven and hell is when the grandmother dies for the kid's story. So we help the kid cope with the first death that he's encountered. Usually it's a grandmother, grandfather kind of thing, where we use it to say, don't worry, she's good. Even if she doesn't move anymore, she's well, she's still alive in sort of way. And it is a relief, not a way in.
But is relief necessarily a good thing? Are there better alternatives that we can use to talk about grandmother's death? I'll grant you that could be used practically in a good way, but we have to weigh that. You're the theist bringing up the positive sides, and I'm the atheist bringing up the negative sides. Naturally, when you're a kid and the pastor, priest, or father comes up to you and says, you don't want to go to hell, buddy, right? And he describes this place of torture and eternal hell.
Yeah, he doesn't have it.
So, and I think that's a bad thing. Like, that's specific.
I do agree. It is a bad thing to talk about hell that way and pressure kids. But I believe that the person who does that is doing something that is wrong. Using hell as a pressure is not a good thing.
I agree.
To a kid, it's not a good raising point or not raising, but educational point to a kid. If there are some Christian listening to me right now, I would urge them to not use that in their raising, in the way they raise their child.
I would submit, though, Luke,
Thank you,
I would
Luke.
submit, though, that that's part of the problem with the foundational point. If you say that Jesus is a great, or Christianity is a great role model of goodness towards others and charity, etc., and you're really trying to like use that vibration to make a better world, that's one thing. When much of the population, in the same way that people do with Islam, basically says, no, you have to join our team. There is a literal thing called sin. It's not just like a metaphor or a mythology. People act as if it's a real historical event, or a literal concept that humanity is suffering from, instead of actually talking about biology and our origins as apes or as primates from East Africa, where the evidence of science does lie. I would submit that becomes a net negative, because it basically says, it tells people to follow something that's just simply not true. And the point I was trying to make earlier as well, and I'll try to end here because I know I can go on too many tangents, is that gay people in the United States and others are being told you're sinning. And it's a fake, false story. It's not a literal history of the Garden of Eden. And so that's why I still end up on the net negative side, because enough people within human societies are using religion to persecute others. They're scared of other lifestyles they don't understand. They don't actually want freedom of religion in their country because they are scared of other religions. So if it was one thing of where people were actually using the lessons of Jesus, of like seeing the humanity in others as a large portion, I could see that. And I think that does happen to a certain degree, admittedly. But like, again, the majority of groups trying to, strip away non-heterosexual rights and other things of that nature, at least in some countries, they're by and large Christian. And so I'm concerned about.
And the task here, Brett, is which is very difficult, is to figure out how much within your own ethical system that particular fact you just laid out, how much that weighs in this balance of on the negativity versus positivity spectrum, how much that weighs in the negative direction versus all of that, perhaps billions of people who have been assisted by way of charity through Christianity. So it's like, it's a difficult task ethically to weigh this on a scale like that.
Yeah, and I think that we have to look back, like, okay, up until like the modern era, like it may have been like if you think it was a positive, but like going forward now, like in our society with what we know about like the evolution and the origin of the universe and that kind of thing right there. So is it going to continue to be a net positive? I mean, will it continue to be something people consider a net positive? Like I would say in the United States right now that currently it is like becoming a net negative a lot in our society, because it is like trying to wield the power of government and like change our constitution and just like take a lot of things. Like you said, it's trying to take away gay marriage. It's took away women's bodily autonomy. And so like there's a whole lot of difference too in the historical value of it, I think, and the modern value of it.
Yeah, well said, Robin. I just produced another draft here of the ethical balance based on my system, and it's still leaning in the even with the additional temporal layer added. So moral impact over time, a proper ethical model must distinguish a short, intense harm from a lower intensity system that persists for centuries. A 2-year Christian war and a 100-year Christian war are not ethically equivalent. Likewise, a charitable hospital that treats thousands for a decade is not the same as a centuries-long system of care that alters civilization. Pangburn ethics, therefore, needs a temporal burden model. So I'll post this most up-to-date. So it's going to give. Okay, yeah. Everyone can just look at it if whoever's interested.
I would. I don't want to repeat things that are said because obviously we want to keep the conversation fresh and going. But I would agree with what Robin just said. I think right now, especially it's acting as a net negative because it's not allowing for truly open thought. It's people are succumbing to dogmatism, which we're all susceptible to, admittedly. Yeah, I would echo what.
Yeah, but like the when we're thinking, and what I'm going to do next is run another chart in PDF of my system, just referencing how Christianity is today. Now, if we're to, we can do the same for the U.S., but we should try to think about the specifics. Try to move away from the vibes. Again, we're because we're playing this scaling game. We're thinking about the amount of charity that's being done, let's say, by way of Christianity today, measuring that against what the negative utility lensing will come up with regards to, let's say, bigotry that's still existing within Christianity in the United States today. So there's a
Can you separate it between the United States and the world? The world.
Oh yeah, I can do all that.
I mean, because it's really hard. I mean, even if I keep up with the news and stuff, it's really hard to know what is actually going on, in other countries. And there's a lot of countries, like England is a Christian country. It is, so I think that a lot of these countries that we are they're still considered Christian countries, and so I don't know what's going on. A lot of times I don't know what's going on in the other world, and especially with what all we've got coming at us every day here, it's easy to be sort of biased against Christianity just basing it on what we deal with here in the United States.
So I'm first going to run my system through just an assessment of Christianity today in the world. And then I will do the U.S. specifically after that. And we can look at, because as it stands right now, I mean, I'm being convinced by the breakdowns and what I'm reading that the correct Pangburnian answer is net negative impact from an Pangburn ethics perspective that Christianity has had on the earth, or on humanity, I should say. But I'm going to keep updating this system because I like this way of analyzing through the lens of net negativity or net positivity by whatever standard we're measuring against. Oh yeah. How about you, Ding Dang? Nice to see you.
Yeah.
What do you think? Christianity as a big, bold, wide, general domain, has it been a net positive or net negative from an ethics perspective, and then also your answer from an epistemic perspective?
From an ethics perspective, it's a hard one to really wrap my head around. Has Christianity been overall net positive from an ethics perspective? I think in many ways Christianity's been a net negative today in ethics, I guess, for many things. I think the ethics it plays with are very dogmatic, outdated,
right,
built upon mythologies in a way that for many Christians they take too literal, and they confuse it with ethics, with epistemics and truth and stuff like that. So but if you go back, I think, to the beginning of Christianity, I think that the beginning of Christianity in a way was like an ethical revolution in many respects.
Right.
Epistemically, is it a net ethical positive?
Like, do you think it held back? Like, I know you use science as a way of knowing. Like, do you think it stifled science and let's say empiricism enough that it would make it land on the net negative side? The kind of epistemic tendencies that are promoted in Christianity and whatnot?
Yeah, I think it's from a historical perspective, you can't make that counterfactual, right? I don't have the ability to see a world with or without during the dependence of science. Can say it was a part of it, and it hurt it in many regards and helped it in other regards, right? Galileo's famous words of, and the church funding his projects at first because of him saying, if God created the Bible and we can learn God through studying the Bible, God also created nature, we can learn God through studying nature, right? These are little things where there was like founding and development around it. But we can also see the issues on the other side, the dogmaticism, the need for scientists to prove a specific doctrine rather than being able to have a free inquiry. So with that counterfactual, I think it's almost impossible to stay epistemically. What I can say is I think today Christianity is stifling scientific inquiry for sure, as a whole around the globe. I think at large, it's too big. It's too big for me to actually wrap my hand around.
It is very big.
But I think, but I think for like the last 30 to 40 years, I would say Christianity has stifled progress in general.
Yeah, so I mean, my ethical assessments, after running it through my system, reading it, thinking about it, having it affect me, my initial sentiments were that Christianity, ethically, overall, when imagining the overall impact based on my own ethical standards, measuring it against that, I was thinking that Christianity would probably come up, somewhere on the net positive side, but I'm being convinced by my system's better ability to pull from the things that are just that I'm cognitive to fix where I am cognitively limited, and reminding me of some of these things that are very much generally understood and written into the doctrine and taught, hell anxiety, sexual repression, these kinds of things.
Yeah.
And it's some of these fundamental ethical principles are just really hard to overcome in an overall assessment. So yeah, I'm landing like 54% negative, 46% positive in Christianity today.
Like in the ideology of Christianity today is what you're basically saying?
Basically how Christianity is practiced today, including what ideologies are getting more emphasis.
I would generally agree with that.
Yeah, and like overall over time, I'm not getting a much different number really, around the 55% negative, 45% positive, based on my well-being standards. So it's, it's interesting.
Yeah, because if we analyze Christianity as pure ideas, then a lot of the things that, the divine right of kings in medieval Europe and things like that were very much against the doctrine itself, which is why the second the printing press came around, the reformations and wars and battles against kings and the divine rights spurred up as soon as people began to read it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is the
ahead,
abstinence only? Is the abstinence only and quote unquote purity culture, right?
Yeah.
Is that, I don't know if abstinence only exists in other countries, again, to Robin's point about, localization. But yeah, I would submit that what I grew up around, not actually practicing because I knew it was fake from the get-go, but the non-scientific stuff of
of those two elements, which basically try to shame people into not, knowing enough about sex and what
Yeah.
harm that does.
Yeah, the purity
now,
culture
again, like
thing
you
was
said,
brought up in my assessment here, Brett. Yeah, it weighed. It was in the
and
heavyweight
to
column.
be okay, because like to be fair to your point, like like sex and healthy sex and age appropriate and ethics and treatment of people and healthy sexual activity for various ages, there could be a lot of factors there, but the one aspect or some of the aspects I grew up near adjacent to me was just outright denial, and it was just like, guys, that's anti-scientific. And then they would basically say like, the church says blah 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 whatever, and it's like, okay, well, you're not listening to actual what scientists talk about to help people understand their sexuality, which is unfortunate, and their biology. So.
Yeah, and then like, what kind of positive anecdote would you weigh against that? Because this part of this weighting the negative and positive effects.
Yeah. Sex and unprotected sex and maybe the potentials of sexual violence if it's too not promiscuous, but too uninformed, or if and I don't know how you would argue that to be Christian, but it does maybe try to talk about the element of ideas and psychology that could harm people from a very young age, being sexualized very young, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And the aspect of various parts. That would be a hard one for me to kind of dive into.
Yeah. I get it. Like the abstinence only, sex education, how detrimental that is in so many different ways. And the shame involved in that. And then we can think about like, but on the other hand, this group is, doing amazing things for the homeless in their community, let's say. Now, this exercise calls for us to try to attempt to quantify and weigh those things, and kind of match them up against each other and figure out, which one of those things wins the tug of war. And maybe that tug of war analogy is a good way to look at this. But we wouldn't do that, of course, if we were practicing good ethics. We wouldn't say, oh, because they're doing all of this charity work over here, that means they're righteous in, going into schools and scaring children and people away from expressing their sexual selves. But that's why this exercise is different. It's a different kind of ethical exercise, weighing net negativity, net positivity based on whatever standards we're choosing. Let's see what it says. It just produced the U.S. only. I think core verdict is basically the same. 55% negative, 45% positive as a general estimate. Yeah. Yeah, and today there's still the LGBTQ harm and sexual shame. Reproductive autonomy and bodily sovereignty. That's at the top of the list when we're looking at the negative ethical case in the United States today, because the reproductive autonomy and having access to abortions and things like that seems to have taken a step back. Now, some people are going to, cheerlead that because of their abortion beliefs, but
Snowdrop has a good point in the chat. I don't know if they wanted to unmute about like rape and marital rape and sexual assault.
Of course, yeah, of course, yeah,
right.
Yeah.
The point I made to Trav to try to be open-minded, like you were suggesting, is to name about how that happens throughout the world, not just in obviously in a Christian setting, like very many different cultures and men's views of women and that toxicity can exist, right? But yeah, then how has it actually existed in certain sects? Yeah, within like, various churches and whatnot, where they're very explicit, like women are not supposed to say no to men. Now,
Right.
I can't. I'd have to pull up a resource to say what sect, when, what they said,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
etc. But I
yeah.
know that that's
I'm sure many Christians would sit here and say that that's disgusting, right? Like the fact that anyone would
yes,
feel
yes,
coerced into having sex are going to say that that's disgusting, and that is not. They would argue that it's not doctrinal. It's they would be right there with you. So, yeah, I'm not sure I've ever met a Christian who really believes that, like, if you aren't feeling like you want to have sex and you're married, that it's your Christian responsibility to have sex even if you don't want to do it. Like, I'm not sure if I've ever met a Christian that's tried to argue that or truly believes that, but I surely there must be some out there. But I don't know how popular that view is.
Yeah, we hear a lot of those elements that are presented, but they are part of the minority groups, and that's what I pointed out as the first part. The first one, when we took the objective measurement, the Christianity is a group composed of people, and there are minority groups into that big group, and many of the examples that I hear are coming from those minorities and not from the majority one. So when it comes, there are two things that happens in this conversation. The first one is taking the minority, make it as a rule for the majority, and the second part is talking about I lost my thought.
That's all right. But I feel like throughout the course of this conversation, I've been trying to, remind us when we start leaning into those minorities that Christianity is much larger than, let's say, groups who want to coerce and rape and pillage and whatnot. Go ahead, Don.
No, I was going to say that one of the strengths of Christianity, and here is also its downfall. So when you look within this argumentation, the Catholic Church is not a minority group in Christianity, and the things that the Catholic Church has done within this century, like refuse condoms to people in Africa with AIDS because of Catholic doctrine,
yes,
right? Right. These are things that did not come from a minority Christianity, but actually, an integral big part.
Came
and
from
I think
the
that's
top
where the
down, right?
Yeah.
How long did it last?
From my
to your knowledge, how long did it last? This refusal.
Let me see. I'll look it up.
It's approximately 10 years, a month, a year.
I mean, if let's just say start with you for, I think 10 years is the death of millions and millions of people in Africa with AIDS.
Condoms in Africa, denial from
so the picture of the nun giving the condoms to the poor, you have seen that picture around, right?
That picture, I learned about the refusal through specific.
Yeah, but right now, that nuns are giving condoms.
So the official position of Catholic Church has long been that artificial contraception, including condoms, is morally wrong, except in some limited theological interpretations. During the height of the HIV/AIDS epidemic in sub-Saharan Africa, many Catholic leaders promoted abstinence before marriage and fidelity within marriage rather than condom use. The controversy intensified because sub-Saharan Africa experienced the world's worst HIV/AIDS epidemic. Public health organizations strongly promoted condoms as an effective method of reducing HIV transmission. Some Catholic bishops, priests, and Vatican officials warned that condom campaigns could encourage promiscuity. or provide a false sense of security. Critics argued that discouraging condom use likely contributed to preventable HIV infections and deaths. Pope Benedict controversy in 2009, Pope Benedict stated during a trip to Africa that AIDS could not be overcome merely through condom distribution, and that focusing on condoms could worsen the problem. The remarks were heavily criticized by scientists, public health officials, and AIDS activists. Later, Benedict appeared to soften the position somewhat, acknowledging that condom use by an HIV-infected person could represent a step toward moral responsibility in certain circumstances. How much harm did this cause? This is where estimates become difficult. There is a broad agreement among epidemiologists that condoms significantly reduce HIV transmission risk. Greater condom adoption generally reduces HIV spread. Messaging that discourages condom use can reduce uptake and therefore increase infections. However, there is no scholarly consensus on exact number of deaths attributed to Catholic anti-condom teachings. Some critics have claimed millions of preventable infections resulted from church influence, while defenders argue the church also operated enormous healthcare networks treating AIDS patients. Abstinence and fidelity campaigns can reduce transmission when successfully adopted. The church's actual influence on individual condom usage varied greatly by country and region. Okay, so
from what I just looked up,
go ahead.
and I asked, I just dropped something. 1 second, I'll pick it up in a second. Was that so across all of Africa, right? So you don't really have statistics, especially from areas of Africa where they don't really collect this information. So basically, from what I'm reading over here, that the estimates is that around 330,000 to 343,000 preventable deaths happened in South Africa due to condom denial during the age where the policy was in play, which was lasted 8 to 10 years between the year 1999 to 2008.
Right. So yeah, I guess it's hard to quantify the amount of dead by way of this, but just simply putting people in this danger through this messaging is bad enough.
I wonder, because obviously, like you're saying, you're making a few people have made this point of difficulty to quantify, but if people came together to say that abstinence or purity culture or whatever it might be was a rational position, or if rational is not the word I should use, but position that would actively help more people obviously survive and whatnot and not contract it, then I want to see that just to see what effect it would have. But I just wonder if that itself is a problem because it doesn't acknowledge biology of humans, why humans want sex, how sexual attraction, etc. So that in itself is problematic because it's not, even if it's trying to do a net good of, like you said, the ethical point earlier of why it could make people more responsible and stuff like that, there is also still a portion that's denying basic biology for people of various ages. And is it wise to go tell the population, yeah, there's an easy way to not go get AIDS, just don't have sex, don't be ridiculous, and then
that's kind of saying you don't want skin cancer, don't go out in the sun.
I mean, isn't the use of a condom, isn't that showing responsibility?
Right now, what happened, or at least from my knowledge, there is a testimony of one of those nuns who were giving out condoms, and the reason why she did that is because the women were getting HIV voluntarily. They got sick voluntarily because they were raped, and because of the condoms, they were raped more because the guy or the man raping the woman was using a condom, wasn't scared of getting HIV anymore, and therefore they were more raping going around. So that's where the trouble they were facing with, and it's it's really bad what happens.
Is there any evidence to support that the spread of condoms in Africa led?
That's
to
what
more rape?
I'm looking that up right now.
It's a testimony. of someone
Okay, well, who cares about
who
that, right?
lived that over there.
I mean, you were right to push back and ask for like evidence of things, right?
Yeah.
You were right to ask that, but you should. Does it matter for your position, or did you just
Does
rely
it
on
matter
testimony
that
here?
condoms does help raping women?
Well,
Are you asking does it matter?
I mean, I don't know. Like I've been through that myself, and I don't remember that person even caring about whether they were going to put a condom on or not. So.
Yeah, not only that, but I find it hard to believe that if someone is willing to rape someone, that all of a sudden their morals are going to kick them and they're going to be like, hey, yeah, I don't want to give this chick AIDS, so I won't rape her.
Well, I
like,
think
if you're a rapist and you want to rape someone, you're going to rape them, whether you have AIDS or pneumonia
I think it was
or
the other way around,
whatever.
though, Perry. I think the argument is that the rapists were less worried to go and rape women because they had a condom to protect them from the HIV that the woman had.
Yeah, I find that hard to believe that the difference between them, like the worrying of like, oh, I'm not that concerned now. Like, I feel more justified or righteous in raping this woman. I find it hard to believe that that sort of moral calculus was going on in the psychology of the rapist. I think it was more sexually driven rather than some ethic or guilt behind having a condom or not.
So yeah, what I'm reading here is that there's no good evidence that during this era of that we're referencing here, with the Pope Benedict controversy, and before that, that wider condom availability caused rape rates to increase because rapists felt less afraid of contracting HIV/AIDS. I'm not saying I disbelieve the testimony Luke heard, but of course, when such testimonies are made, even though they are some kind of evidence to consider, we should then treat them as like things that might be the case, and then we should see if there's actually any good reason besides the testimony to believe it.
How would you measure it? Yeah. How do you propose we would measure the rate of rape?
Well,
I'll
in
tell you
those society where rape was rape was socially acceptable.
I can tell you how we do it. You measure the areas in which condoms were distributed, right? Because there's records of that stuff. You look at police reports for accusations of rape and see if there's a significant increase.
And then,
yeah,
you're not getting in those countries. Rape was socially acceptable.
Rape was socially acceptable in South Africa.
Yes,
I don't think
not in South Africa. In the 1990s.
I guess it depends.
Sorry,
2000s.
Not in South Africa. In the countries of Africa,
you mean
some of them.
You mean sub-Saharan Africa, like where we're talking about?
Yeah.
So
I'm not talking about South Africa specifically.
So the reason why I bring up South Africa is because in South Africa,
you understand my idea, then?
I do understand your idea. What I'm pointing out is that we can't, in the same way that when you pushed us on where you have this idea that condoms spread, the withholding of condoms led to excess deaths from HIV and AIDS. The place we have to do that is looking at South Africa, because South Africa was more of a developed nation. They kept these records, but that's how we did it. But you're saying that we can't do it. The answer is we can do it. It'd be in South Africa. It's not an impossible proposition, and I think it's very, very disingenuous to say that in Pretoria and Johannesburg, between the years of 1999 and 2008, rape was socially acceptable.
Yeah. So, and then generally, I'm seeing like even in sub-Saharan Africa during this time, it's like rape wasn't socially acceptable, but there was just catastrophic amounts of rape that happened in those areas. So that was true. The other thing you would measure for when you're trying to measure to see what's going on is when we're looking at what evidence could tell us. So we would ask rape victims. You would want to know if the rapists were in fact using condoms during like more condoms during the assaults.
Who's paying for that?
Who's paying for the study?
That's correct. In those poor countries, those who are living under the, the poor bar, the level of poor bar.
Yeah, we're going to be
not South
building a school.
Africa. They do not live over there. But when I'm talking about those countries where the other countries, like the really poor one, who is paying for the study, going from village to village, asking for the woman.
Yeah,
how does it happen?
You don't have to ask any woman.
Just like any kind of humanitarian effort is enacted in these countries where people are in need of these things. So it would have to come from people who do have money and resources. So yeah, I mean, it could be it could be a Christian organization. Yeah, it could be. Yeah. I mean,
that's why I'm pointing out this testimony of this nun.
Yeah.
That's why I'm using this testimony as a tool, as a measurement, because they don't have the money to spend. They prefer spending the money to help those who are in sickness because of those rapists. They prefer to spend the money for other thing than.
Yeah. I don't want to if the nun made this testimony, I don't want to just throw the testimony away like it's a piece of garbage. That's not what I want to do. I want to, I think what we ought do when such testimonies are made is actually spend money by going in and giving support and helping to solve this mass rape issue to begin with, but also figure out if it is the case that condoms are giving rapists an extra tool that are allowing them to continue raping or carry out more rapes. The answer isn't to stop distributing condoms. The answer is to try to stop the criminal behavior. It would be asinine, in my opinion, to use this as an argument to stop, using condoms or distributing condoms because there's a rape issue in the country.
It's the third time I hear stop distributing condom. This never was the case, to my knowledge at least. They never stopped distributing condoms. All the Christians that I know of were distributing condoms, but they were educating people more about sexual behaviors than using condoms. The education that came with the condom that they were giving was different. There never was a point where they stopped giving condoms.
I thought, let's see. Dude.
But I'm gonna point to there was a debate when Christopher Hitchens and Stephen Fry debated the Catholic Church. Christopher Hitchens made the claim in that debate that there was a time, or there was maybe it was just one group of people that were doing it, but he made the claim that there was actually some of the Catholic people that were teaching that condoms would actually cause the spread, that you were more likely to get it. Now I don't know if that's true, and you can check see if you can find that, Travis, because that was one of Hitchens' claims.
So the Catholic Church itself doesn't have the power to stop condom distribution across Africa as a whole, right? But and maybe this is what Luke is getting at, and if it is, it's a fair point that because that wasn't really the quote unquote Catholic Church's responsibility to be distributing condoms, but the messaging from the pulpit was the dangerous thing that almost certainly led to some death and put millions of people in danger, those who cared about what the Catholic Church had to say. So yeah, if we're talking about the actual physical distribution, the Catholic Church did not stop condom distribution across Africa. They didn't have that authority, but its anti-condom teachings likely reduced condom adoption among some populations and therefore likely contributed to additional HIV transmission compared with a counterfactual world in which the Church had actively supported condom use.
The nuns who were in those poor country were the ones giving the condoms.
Were there Catholic nuns giving condoms?
There definitely were.
Yeah, I don't really have any doubts about that. I'm just curious to read the information.
That goes the opposite way of they stopped giving condoms.
No,
if they were giving condoms,
we know
the opposite way of they stopped.
Yeah, but nuns giving condoms doesn't mean that. I don't know that means the Catholic Church is giving out condoms given the information that's coming from on high. I mean, do you get what I mean there?
If the Catholic person in place,
ground.
the one who on the ground, thank you. If those are giving up condoms, even if the Pope warns them, they understood something that you didn't, which is it is not about the condom, it is about how you learn how to have sex and safe sex. This is the teaching that the Pope is giving. If you read the text itself that the Pope wrote, you understand that it is more about how do you raise your kids than the use of condoms. It is more about teachings. Yeah, it is more that those two popes, those two texts. Sorry, same Pope, two texts. So you understand that it is the media crying out loud, making it big, something that is not that big.
Well, I'm going to read here and see if it is. So here's a quote. I would say that this problem of AIDS cannot be overcome merely with money, necessary though it is. If there is no human dimension, if Africans do not help, the problem cannot be overcome by the distribution of prophylactics. On the contrary, they increase it. So that's terrible. Whoever said that, let me see who said this. This is Pope Benedict the XVI. I can't remember what that Roman numeral is.
16.
Right, yeah, Pope Benedict the 16th said that terrible thing that the problem cannot be overcome by the distribution of prophylactics. On the contrary, they increase it. Now, doing a very trying to give my best steel man. I'm sure what they meant by that is that they increase it because they believe that by distributing condoms, there will be an increased amount of sexual activity happening. And maybe sometimes people will feel like, okay, I don't want to use a condom this time or whatever. And that matched with the increased amount of sexual behavior happening means that they increase it. But that's just a retarded thing to say, in my opinion. The problem cannot be overcome by the distribution of prophylactics. On the contrary, they increase it. What? That's anti.
That's probably where Richard got his thing at. His point.
I just want to point, these are direct words to show why it was that the Catholic Church did have a thing and a movement to stop handing out condoms because their Pope said that was a thing that's going to make HIV and AIDS worse. The problem is that this is not based in any empirical data. It's not based in any method that truly cares about what is true in a way that's verifiable and predictable, which is the problem that we all have identified with the issues Christianity does give us. It's the dogmatism, the absolutism, the non-empirical standards for truth. That's exactly where the downfalls are, and that's why on Travis's go ahead. That's why on your system it's that's it.
And then eventually it said he kind of softened his position and said that condoms were a good first step in the direction of moralization.
And I'm going to say that the Catholic the Catholics were there trying to care for these people, though, and
Sure.
like
Yeah.
many of like the
Undoubtedly.
Protestant Christians were not there doing any of that work, and in fact, a lot of evangelicals in America were just blaming the hurricanes on the AIDS people, the people with AIDS and stuff. So,
Right.
So right now, I have to underline the dishonesty of what just happened. You went on to read the whole passage of the Pope. You just wrote two phrases, and then you argued about those two phrases. So this is well, you didn't read the whole paper, did you?
Well, you can be a little patient. My system gave me, I asked it, what did the Pope actually write about this? And then it gave me the things related to what we were talking about. I want the whole transcript. You don't have to
because
get
remember,
you don't have to get your panties in a twist. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, well, you remember why you started reading those, and that's where I'm saying it is dishonest, because this conversation
it gave it to me.
Okay, listen to me to the end. This is really frustrating. The thing is, when I said, okay, take that into account, that this phrase is taken out of the context it was written. The context it was written was more about how do we raise your kids than how do we use condom. It wasn't about the use of condom per se. The context in which he was talking about, it was about education.
Can you
just?
I want to
quickly understand. I want
transcript or speech, just so I can read it into the record, because I can't find it. I can't find it anywhere. But go ahead, Donna.
Well, yeah. Let's keep looking for it. But I just want to ask you, Luke, what is the context that makes us understand that when the Pope said that it's actually this use of condoms and the distribution of it that makes the AIDS epidemic worse? What's the context which makes us go, oh, that didn't contribute, or that wasn't part of Catholic ideology, which impacted the spread of the distribution of condoms by Catholic mission groups between what is the context that makes that go away? I want to understand what context specifically makes that specific thing change its meaning and its value within those statements.
The nun giving the condoms.
I think your thinking here is too black and white, and it's limiting your ability to engage with this topic.
What do you mean? Which part of my answer isn't clear to you?
I didn't say it wasn't clear. I never.
So why do you insult me as if I didn't understand your question?
I didn't insult you.
It's a critique, right? Just like you critiqued me and said I had a dishonest response, and I didn't freak out about it. So, but question for you: apparently, this whole speech is behind is copyrighted. It's a copyrighted transcript. So we have to try and find the copyrighted transcript.
I don't know. It doesn't really matter if you don't have it right now. I don't like to look up things in a vocal conversation. But what I am pointing out is this habit of the media.
No. Oh, okay.
No?
Sorry. I that was my emotional knee-jerk reaction. Keep going. I thought you were going to say something else. My bad.
Okay. The media usually take out of context some phrases and then make a big thing out of it. But when you look the phrases into context, you understand that the main messages of the main purpose of what was happening when the message was there was not what about the media was pointed out. And that's what the evidence that we have that it wasn't the main thing is the behavior of those who listened to the Pope. How did they react when they heard the Pope talk about this? What did they do with their lives, where they agree, they can disagree with the Pope? It's something that is possible. So some of them did disagree with the Pope, and some of them did have some kind of a public revolt against the media, and there was a fight, and there was anyway. So what I mean is that the one on hand, those who were in the hotness, in the thing, the way they acted was the right way. That's my time was to put
okay. I the nuns handing out the condoms are doing the right thing. Okay, I found it. Tuesday, March 17th, 2009. The question, Your Holiness, we are grateful for your presence with us today. There are about 70 of us preparing to make this journey with you. We offer you our best wishes and we hope to be of service to you by enabling many others to take part in this visit. As usual, we want to express our thanks to you for this conversation that you have granted us. We have prepared for it by collecting, in the course of recent days, a certain number of questions from our colleagues. About 30 have been received. And then we chose the ones that seemed likely to put together a fairly complete picture of this journey and to be of interest to all. We are most obliged to you for the responses that you will offer us. The first question comes from our colleague Brunelli from Italian Television, who is here on our right. Good morning, Your Holiness. For some time, and in particular in the wake of your recent letter to the bishops of the world, many newspapers have been talking about the isolation of the Pope. What do you have to say about that? Do you really feel isolated? And what are your feelings in the light of recent events as you make your way toward Africa with us? To tell the truth, I must say I find this myth of my isolation rather amusing. I do not feel alone at all. Every day I receive scheduled visits from my closest co-workers, from the Secretary of State to the Congregation for the Evangelization of Peoples, etc. Then I regularly see all the heads of dicastery, and every day I receive bishops on their ad limina visits. Recently I met all the bishops of Nigeria, one after another. And when it was the bishops of Argentina, we have had two plenary in recent days, one with the Congregation for Divine Worship and one with the Congregation for the Clergy. Then I talked to my friends, another whole network. Recently, my year group from my seminary days came from Germany for the days so that we could talk together. So isolation is not a problem. I'm truly surrounded by friends in a splendid collaboration with bishops, co-workers, and lay people, and I'm grateful for this. I'm going to Africa with great joy. I love Africa. I have made many African friends from the time when I was a professor right up to the present. I love the joy of the faith, this joyful faith that is found in Africa. You know that the Lord's command for the successor of Peter is to strengthen his brothers in the faith. I try to do so, but I am sure that I myself shall return strengthened by them, having so to speak caught something of their joyful Father. The second question is from John Thavis, Rome Bureau Chief of Catholic News Service, the news agency of the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops. Your Holiness, you are traveling to Africa during a global economic crisis that has also had repercussions on poor countries. Moreover, Africa at the present time has to respond to the challenge of a food crisis. I want to ask three things. Is this situation going to be touched on during your visit? Will you be asking the international community to tackle Africa's problems? And thirdly, will you be speaking of these problems in the, encyclical that you are preparing? Thank you for the question. Naturally, I'm not going to Africa with a political or economic agenda, which would lie outside my competence. I'm going with a program that is religious, to do with faith and morals, but this too has an essential contribution to make to the problem of current economic crisis. We all know that a fundamental element of the crisis is the ethical deficit in economic structures. It has been understood that ethics is not something outside the economy, but inside, and that the economy does not function if it does not include the ethical element. Therefore, speaking of God and speaking of the great spiritual values that constitute the Christian life, I will try to make my own contribution, which should also help to overcome the present crisis and to renew the economic system from within, which is where the real crisis lies. And of course, I shall be appealing for international solidarity. The Church is Catholic, that is to say, universal, open to all cultures and all continents. She is present within all political systems, and thus for Catholicism, solidarity is an internal and fundamental principle. I should like to make an appeal first and foremost for Catholic solidarity, while also extending this to include the solidarity of all those who recognize their responsibility within today's human society. Obviously, I shall be speaking of this in the encyclical too. This is a reason for the delay. We were almost ready to publish it when this crisis broke out. And we looked at the text again so as to respond more fully within our particular competence and within the social teaching of the Church, but with reference to the specific details of the current crisis. In this way, I hope the encyclical can also be an element that helps to overcome the difficult situation of the present time. Your Holiness, the third question comes from our colleague Isabel de Galman from La Croix. Holy Father, good morning. I will ask the question in Italian, but perhaps you could kindly answer in French. The Special Council for Africa of Synod of Bishops has asked that the quantitative growth of the Church in Africa should also become a qualitative growth. At times, the leaders of the Church thought of as a wealthy and privileged group, and their conduct is not consistent with the proclamation of the gospel. Will you invite the Church of Africa to make a commitment to an examination of conscience and a purification of its structures? I shall try, if I can, to speak in French. I have a more positive view of the Church in Africa. It is a church that is very close to the poor, a church with suffering members, with people who need assistance, and thus it seems to me that the Church is truly an institution that still functions even when other structures no longer function. Through her system of education, healthcare, assistance, in all these situations, she is present in the world of the poor and the suffering. Naturally, original sin is also present in the Church. There is not a perfect society, and therefore there is also sinners and shortcomings in the Church of Africa. And in this sense, an examination of conscience and interior purification is always necessary. I would think of Eucharistic liturgy in this context. We always begin with a purification of conscience and a new beginning in the Lord's presence. I would also say that more than a purification of structures, which is always necessary as well, a purification of hearts is needed because structures are the reflection of hearts. We do what we can to give new impetus to spirituality, to the presence of God in our hearts, both to purify the structures of the Church and also to assist the purification of the structures of society. Now a question from German journalist here with us, Krista Kramer, representing let's see how much longer this is. Oh, not too bad. German journalist here with us, Krista Kramer, representing St. Ulrich Verlag, would like to ask, Holy Father, safe journey. Father Lombardi asked me to speak in Italian, so I shall put the question in Italian. When you speak to Europe, you often speak of a context from which God seems to be disappearing. In Africa, it isn't like that, but there is an aggressive presence of sects. There are the traditional African religions. What then is the specific content of the message of the Catholic Church that you would like to present in this context? Very, very well. First, we all recognize that in Africa, the problem of atheism scarcely arises, since the reality of God is so present, so real in the hearts of the Africans, that not to believe in God, to live without God, simply isn't a temptation. It is true that there are also problems with sects. We do not proclaim, as some of them do, a gospel of prosperity but a Christian realism. We do not proclaim miracles as some do, but the sobriety of the Christian life. We are convinced that all of this sobriety, this realism, which proclaims a God who became man, therefore a profoundly human God, a God who suffers also with us, gives meaning to our own suffering through a proclamation with a broader horizon, which has more future. And we know that these sects are not very stable. At any given time, it may be all very well to proclaim prosperity, miraculous healings, etc. But after a while, it becomes clear that life is difficult, that a human God, a God who suffers with us, is more convincing, more real, and offers greater help for life. It is also important that we have the structure of the Catholic Church. We do not proclaim a small group that after a certain time becomes isolated and lost, but we enter into this great universal network of Catholicity, which is not only trans-temporal, but above all, it is present as a great network of friendship that unites us and also helps us to overcome individualism so as to arrive as this unity in diversity, which is the true promise. Okay, two more. Now a further question from French speaker, our colleague Philippe Visserius from France. Your Holiness, among the many ills that beset Africa, one of the most pressing is the spread of AIDS. The position of the Catholic Church on the way to fight it is often considered unrealistic and ineffective. Will you address this theme during the journey? Holy Father, would you be able to respond in French to this question? I would say the opposite. I think that the most efficient, most truly present player in the fight against AIDS is the Catholic Church herself, with her movements and her various organizations. I think of the Sant Egidio community that does so much visibly and also behind the scenes in the struggle against AIDS. I think of the chameleons and so much more besides. I think of all the sisters who take care of the sick. I would say that this problem of AIDS cannot be overcome merely with money, necessary though it is. If there is no human dimension, if Africans do not help, it says in brackets, by responsible behavior, the problem cannot be overcome by the distribution of prophylactics. On the contrary, they increase it. The solution must have two elements. Firstly, bring out the human dimension of sexuality, that is to say, a spiritual and human renewal that would bring with it a new way of behaving towards others. And secondly, true friendship offered above all to those who are suffering, a willingness to make sure sacrifices, and to practice self-denial, to be alongside the suffering. And so those are the factors that help and lead to real progress. Our twofold effort to renew humanity inwardly, to give spiritual and human strength for proper conduct towards our bodies and those of others, and this capacity to suffer with those who are suffering, to remain present in situations of trial. It seems to me that this is the proper response, and the Church does this, thereby offering an enormous and important contribution. We thank all who do so. And one last section here. And now one last question, which comes from Chile. Because we are very international here, we also have the correspondent from Chilean Catholic television with us. And we give her the opportunity for the last question, Maria Burgos. Thank you, Father Lombardi. Your Holiness, what signs of hope does the Church see on the African continent? And do you intend to give Africa a message of hope? Our faith is hope by definition. Sacred Scripture says so. And therefore, anyone with faith is also convinced of bringing hope. It seems to me, despite all the problems that we know well, that there are great signs of hope. New governments, new openness to cooperation, the fight against corruption, a great evil that must be overcome. And also the openness of the traditional religions to the Christian faith, because in the traditional religions, everyone recognizes God, the one God, but he seems somewhat distant. They are waiting for him to come closer. It is in the proclamation of God, made man, that they recognize that God truly has come closer. Then the Catholic Church has so much in common. Let's say the cult of ancestors finds its response in the communion of saints in purgatory. The saints are not only the canonized, they are also our loved ones who have died. And thus, in the body of Christ is accomplished exactly what the cult of ancestors somehow intuited, and so on. Thus, there is a profound connection here that truly gives hope, and interreligious dialogue is also growing. I have now spoken with more than half of African bishops, and they have told me that relations with the Muslims, despite the problems that can be identified, are highly promising. Dialogue is growing in mutual respect and cooperation in common ethical responsibilities. Moreover, there is a growing sense of Catholicity, which helps to overcome tribalism. One of the great problems, and from this comes the joy of being Christian. One problem with the traditional religions is the fear of spirits. One of the African bishops said to me, people are truly converted to Christianity. People are truly converted to Christianity. They become fully Christian once they know that Christ really is stronger. There is no more fear. And this too is a growing phenomena. Thus, I would say, with so many elements and problems that are not lacking, there is a growth in spiritual, economic, and human resources which give hope, and I should like to highlight these elements of hope. Many thanks, Your Holiness, for the time that you have given us and for what you've said. It is an excellent introduction for following your journey with great enthusiasm. We will make every effort to spread your message over the whole continent and to all our readers and listeners. And again, this was the interview of the Holy Father Benedict XVI during the flight to Africa on March 17th, 2009. Now, with regards to the AIDS question, I don't think I learned anything new here, Luke. I don't know if Luke's still here, but
you haven't?
No, not regarding the AIDS issue. There was no more context.
Even the thing that are quoted in brackets?
If there is no human dimension, if Africans do not help by responsible behavior, in brackets, the problem cannot be overcome by the distribution of prophylactics. Mm-hmm. It's still an insane thing to say, and it's kind of funny that they put by responsible behavior in there when it's followed by probably the most irresponsible behavior.
You understand?
The Pope,
there's a
hang on, that the Pope can engage in when speaking to the world about this. It's ironic.
You were aware that there was a if situation before.
If Africans do not help, bracket by responsible behavior, the problem cannot be overcome.
Were you aware before you read this? Were you aware there was a if situation before you read this?
He just read this. He just read this.
No. When I mean before you read the whole text that you just read.
Let me go back to what I was reading from before.
Do you remember if there was this in your mind when you quoted it before and when you thought about it before?
If there was an if?
Yeah, like if we don't,
it was
if this,
in the,
then,
it was in what I
it was doesn't work.
It was in what I read. I
originally
said this is exactly what I read originally. I would say that this problem of AIDS cannot be overcome merely with money, necessary though it is. If there is no human dimension, if Africans do not help, the problem cannot be overcome by the distribution of prophylactics. On the contrary, they increase it. It's still the same insane statement.
You remember the if situation. Yeah. So if there is no
one second, Luke. Then... 1 second. I think that what you're doing here right now is you're really grasping at straws, and I want to point out to why we even read this to begin with, because I think you're trying to rush away from it. You said if you look at the context, he's talking about better parenting. And the people who come away from that won't think about parenting. That's what you said. This is recorded on air. We can go right back to before Travis was reading. This is where we even began reading it. I'm asking you now, because Travis was aware of the if, and you keep repeating, were you aware, were you aware? Yes, we were aware of the if. Where here was the context supplied that makes us understand that what he was really talking about was better parenting?
Yeah,
it is in the previous question when you read when you heard it. It is not about politics. It is about.
It's about parenting. Where was it about parenting? It's a simple question, brother.
Okay, morality is about parenting. When we say things that are good, things that are bad, this is what I mean by parenting. This is what parents do. They tell you, teach you what is
that. No, you earlier called Travis dishonest, and now you're clearly being dishonest.
Yeah, you said it was dishonest for me to read like what my system was generating because I wanted to get some quotations that people were talking about, which I disagree with you. I don't think that's dishonest. But
I didn't say that was the part that was dishonest. The part that I say that was dishonest is you telling us that you were going to read the paragraph and then you read one phrase.
It wasn't just one phrase. It wasn't just one phrase. Hang on, dude. It was the short relevant paragraph, right? This is where it began to be relevant to what we were talking about. I would say that this is the problem of AIDS cannot be overcome merely with money, necessary though it is. If there is no human dimension, if Africans do not help, the problem cannot be overcome by the distribution of prophylactics. On the contrary, they increase it. So and in here, and I posted here the full statement. I think the reason why my system provided that was because there isn't really anything of relevance before or after that piece. He kind of just moves on. He doesn't further qualify why he believes they increase it. He just gets on to the two elements, which I'm not even necessarily like disagreeing with some of the prescriptions that are the other prescriptions that are baked in here. Like there is some like responsibility on the individuals, especially when you're going through an HIV AIDS, I guess pandemic or whatever you want to call it. I agree that there needs to be conversation, and I think it's wise to put emphasis on the responsibility of individuals having sex. But this thing in the middle, I think, is absolute insanity, and I think the world was right to call it out as at best reckless. But I mean, I don't know.
So, and when you read it, after they increase it, you hear the solutions that is given. It is not about stopping using the condom. It is about bringing a human dimension to sexuality, which is teaching the people about sexuality. This is I'm
gonna read this again, Luke, because you keep doing this. Okay. Yeah. Right here. Yeah. If Africans do not help the problem, this is exactly his work. No brackets. Tell me I'll do the brackets. If Africans do not help by responsible behavior, the problem cannot be overcome by the distribution of prophylactics. On the contrary, they increase it. I want to focus on that part because you seem to really not want to get there. What does the Pope mean when he says the problem cannot be overcome by the distribution of prophylactics? On the contrary, they increase it.
I'm curious about that
increases. Too. Yeah, what increases AIDS here? Is it which part is? What is the Pope saying is making AIDS worse in Africa?
What was I saying when you interrupted me? Then
you were going back and talking about the context of what it's really talking about and responsibility, and how you for now have changed your definition of morality to parenting. And when we talk about morality, we're really always talking about parenting. And I want to quickly move away and instead of you dodging the phrase the Pope said, I want a direct response to what the Pope meant when he said that if Africans do not help the problem, they cannot overcome by the distribution of prophylactics. On the contrary, they increase it. What does he mean by when he says they increase it? Is he saying that Africans increase it or the distribution of prophylactics increase it? Because the former is just not reading the text properly, and the latter is what he said.
So right now, I was saying is I was talking about the solution that the Pope presented in the text that Travis read. While I was presenting the solution, you chose to cut me off and start again with the phrase that you find problematic. So right now, what you hear when you read the text as a whole, you see that the solution he gave is not to stop the distribution of condoms. It is not to stop the distribution of prophylactics. It is to teach others how to behave sexually correctly. It is the thing that I talked about before Travis read the passage that he read.
Correct. I really I want to just rewind the video right now live on air. I really do, and I want to go to the part where you specifically say that he's talking about parenting. I want to go back there because you're not even willing to say, yeah, I was wrong about parenting, but I think my point stands about morality. You're not even willing to do that. You are double downing and rewriting history because you're not willing to say, I may have made an error here. Are you wrong for saying it was about parenting?
The solution must have two elements. First thing, bringing out the human dimension of sexuality, that is to say, a spiritual and human renewal that would bring with it a new way of behaving towards others. And secondly, true friendship offered above all to those who are suffering, a willingness to make sacrifice and to practice self-denial to be alongside the suffering. This is the solution. This is the thing that I pointed out is a teaching to those who want to learn. This is the moral teaching, and it is a solution that the Pope presented to them. Yes, I am doubling now.
Well, we ruminate on this a little bit. So some notable examples of other Catholic theologians criticizing the Pope's, AIDS remarks here. One of the most famous Catholic theologians of the modern era, Hans Küng, sharply criticized Benedict's position and argued that opposition to condoms in the context of HIV/AIDS was ethically irresponsible and inconsistent with saving lives. Kevin Dowling, Bishop Dowling of South Africa, was one of the most prominent Catholic critics of the Vatican's condom policy during the AIDS epidemic. He argued that HIV was devastating communities, condoms could save lives, refusing to support condom use in high-risk situations could lead to preventable infections. He publicly disagreed with the Vatican long before and after Benedict's 2009 remarks. Numerous Catholic doctors, nurses, priests, and nuns working in Africa expressed concern about the Vatican's position. Many argued that they were treating AIDS patients every day. Condom use reduced HIV transmission. Preventing infection should be a priority. Several Catholic politicians in Europe and Africa publicly rejected Benedict's statements and argued that public health evidence supported condom distribution. So it seems like there was a fair amount of pushback, which I think is good. You want to see that in a community or in a religious group that has this kind of hierarchy. I was interested to see who would be pushing back on this, and I think it's reasonable to push back on this. I'm not tracking, like usually I can track your argumentation, Luke, but I'm just not tracking where you're trying to make this work here. Like from any discernible.
What do you understand I said?
Huh?
What do you understand I said?
Well, you keep reverting back to a few different things, but one of the things you are saying is that the Catholic Church was not opposing condom distribution, right? That was one of the things.
The people on the ground. Yeah, they were the ones distributing the condom.
They were distributing the condoms, but that's different than what is coming from the Pope and the leadership, at least the highest level of leadership. It seems that, like, you know, Hans Kung and some other people, Catholic theologians, felt that, you know, Benedict's position was that of opposing condom use. Or just a flat out opposition to condoms. So maybe you could argue that that doesn't mean an opposition to condom distribution, but I think that's really stretching it. But
it is.
Yeah.
What I mean is that the people who heard him, they did something. They did something that they felt is right. You know, the Pope doesn't have perfect authority like some people believe, right?
I understand that.
You're aware of that. So
I'm not arguing that.
Okay, great.
But I'm trying to get you to recognize that the Pope, being an infallible being, says something like this. I'm saying that and I think you and I generally agree on my well-being principles. You would maybe think I got them from Christianity or whatever, but I think it was at least a reckless thing to say with what was going on with Africa and AIDS in 2009. And I understand how you yourself as an intellectual man can intellectualize this to mean, like, you know, there's the parenting element and the thing, you know, what you were trying to make sense to Don with regards to what the core moral message was there. But I don't think it's a reasonable response, you know, the way you are doing the apologetics, I guess.
Yeah, the apologetics seem very forced and is a result, I believe, of the dogma, which I think we add on the scale of net negative that contributes to Christianity. I don't think arguing and apologizing for such an explicit statement that the use of prophylactic increases whatever AIDS. I think you got to do some backwards bending and apologetics, which probably isn't all that good for well-being on a large scale. But this is just me, the atheist, again, putting another token in the negative side. So I'm probably just being biased right now, of course. But
so the trouble I'm having here, Pangburn, is that after I tried to correct you in the fact that the Pope is not infallible, you went out and said the Pope being an infallible being. So I guess there is some trouble.
No.
Okay.
I obviously misspoke. Do you? If I did in fact say that, did you instead of just correcting me, did you actually write down that quote? Like, you've known me for quite some time, Luke. We've had a lot of conversations. Don't you think that would be me as a fallibilist, as my first principle that I know would just be misspeaking if I did in fact misspeak?
Okay, so
hang on. You accused me earlier of doing something dishonest when I was simply just reading what was being generated by my system. What you just did there is far more dishonest than anything I did.
What do you mean? I wrote it up so I won't remember. When I read it and you said that's not what I meant to say, I corrected it.
Okay,
How is
but
that
I don't appreciate that, because I know I'm a fallibilist. And you are trying to quote me saying that the Pope is infallible, like, just because I misspoke. Come on, man.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to make sure.
Come
You know,
on.
like I wrote it out because I wanted to use the same phrasing that you use, and I wanted you to figure. Like I was surprised to hear you say that.
Come on,
So I was
man.
like, okay, let me make sure that I heard you correctly. And then you said, okay, yeah, I misspoke. I'm like, okay, cool. Let me correct
Well,
what I wrote about yourself
I'm
in
not.
the chat.
I'm not
I can
convinced.
do that.
I'm not convinced by your explanation, but fair enough.
Well, do you think that the Pope was wrong here then, or
Yeah.
are you still? Because it sounds like
What?
you know an infallibilist posture, just based on the conversation itself. But I mean,
So
do you think he was wrong here? Because I think explicitly he said
if you ask,
what. Yeah, go ahead.
if you ask was he wrong in the solution, I would say no. Was he wrong in claiming that it is not the problem can be overcome by distribution if there is no human dimension? I don't know. I have to think
He didn't
about
just say
that.
that though. He didn't
So
just say that, Luke.
the
I'm very
He didn't?
proposition specifically that prophylactics, on the contrary, prophylactics increase AIDS. That's a descriptive fact. Do you think that he was correct
If there
or
is no
erroneous?
humanization.
If there's no humanization, is that what you said?
Human dimension, the beginning, the if thing that you wanted to cast out when before I pointed
Yeah,
out.
Is he right? Is he right if there
yeah.
is a society like
As a
one in
conditional,
Africa?
whether you put an if there or not, are either of those propositions, is that true? The same way if I said, if I drop a rock from a building, it will fall. I'm making a truth claim there in the form of a conditional. Whether I say that or the rock drops or will drop when I drop it off a building, either of those, whether you put it in a conditional or not, was the Pope right or wrong when he said that?
Again, I don't know. That's my answer.
Okay. All right.
Okay, I just while things moved on from what I thought was a contentious moment, I want to hone in on the idea that correct, it's not just the Pope who makes these decisions unilaterally. An interesting I just posted a link in the side chat for anyone who's interested in it. This is the World Council of Churches, and this is South Africa Bishops Conference from 2001. And the archbishops decided, and these are exact quotes from the thing, I double-checked to verify, the bishops regard the widespread and indiscriminate promotion of condoms as an immoral and misguided weapon in our battle against HIV/AIDS. Condoms do not guarantee protection from AIDS. Condoms may even be one of the main reasons for the spread of HIV and AIDS. Do not allow yourselves to be misguided by people who show you the wrong way by offering you condoms. Abstain and be faithful is a human and Christian way of overcoming AIDS. Again, condoms may be one of the main reasons for the spread of HIV or AIDS. This is not just Pope. This is within the entire establishment, from the bishops to the cardinals to the systems in which created these missionary programs in Africa.
Yeah, that's horrible.
It's been there the whole time.
That's horrible. I think this it's a way of leaning into modal possibility. Like it's possible that the use of condoms will create this psychology in the people where they'll be more like apt to doing this sort of thing.
Putting people in great danger, right?
It's why I completely disagree with the rapist claim, as if the rapist is all of a sudden going to have some moral conscience about the rape, saying, I'm not using a condom. I'll let this one go until I find one. Then I'll come back and rape her. I've been trying to not to say the R word, but it is pretty regarded.
Yeah. Well,
it's very regarded.
Yeah, I mean, and Don, did it mention distribution specifically there?
Let me double check.
Because that's been a thing Luke has been leaning into, is that that.
Yeah, on the ground. What I meant is on the ground, the people who were actually there,
Yes,
what they
here's an
did.
exact quote. The promotion and distribution of condoms as a means of having
Right.
so-called safe sex contributes to the breaking down of the moral fiber of our nations because it gives a wrong message to people.
Yeah.
Many people, and especially governments, promote condoms for spreading HIV. This is a matter of deep concern for us in the church.
And
it
Luke's-
directly
yeah.
deals with distribution and political reality of on the ground in South Africa.
And I also understand what Luke is saying, because Luke is saying, like, okay, that might be coming from on high, like this other messaging, but boots on the ground Catholics, like the nuns and some other people, are, you know, they're still distributing the condoms during this time. So, yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
right?
the infallibility part is really ingrained. Many people think that the Pope is infallible, or the church or the bishops are infallible. I'm like, no, they are able to make mistakes, and because they are able to make mistakes and write mistakes and tell mistakes, the simple fact there has been Pope who have mistresses. when you learn that there has been Pope who have mistresses, you understand how far one can go to the wrong way, you know, and those were like coming in and out Vatican, and everything was fine. Nobody was saying anything, you know, at the time. So what happens is when you have this understanding, and when you see how people react, they know. Well, the nuns, at least, they are aware of this fallibility part. They know what they have to do, the right thing to do.
So in
I would say
2003,
go ahead,
2003, a report by the BBC, the Panorama documentary "Sex in the Holy City," The Guardian interviewing a nun, who said, in the interview, Second Holy includes a Catholic nun advising her HIV-infected choir master against using condoms with his wife because the virus can pass through regardless. In both cases, the Catholic Church is against the use of condoms. The promotion of condoms encourages prostitution, and this heightens the risk of contracting AIDS. Nuns themselves were also advising their patients openly. Here's an anecdote, a testimony of a nun who said, "Yeah, I told them not to do it." There's video of it from a report from Panorama documentary. Would you like me to pull up the video so we could watch it together? A nun advising her HIV infected. Okay, you don't want to see that. Okay.
Can I make an observation? So nuns don't have AIDS, right? So maybe if nuns passed out sex instead of condoms, right, it might lower the rate of it. You know, just
my God. Trolling.
Yeah. Anyways, we're getting to that hour. I think it's TAV time. We've been going for a while here. Thanks, Luke. I really appreciate your input. It was a fun exchange. Thanks everyone else who contributed. I was thinking of doing a parenting episode soon at some point, and maybe pairing that with parenting and antinatalism, having a conversation, something related to that. But we got some good suggestions for topics in my Trav Asks Anything tab. If anyone wants to discuss a topic we haven't covered yet, or it's been a while, just DM me or make a comment somewhere. I'm sure we'll see it. But thanks, everyone.
We should talk about Trev's tank top.
Of what?
Your tank top.
My tank top? Yeah, we could talk about that.
Yeah. Let's discuss that next.
I
It's
think,
a joke.
I think Luke wants to discuss it because it's turning him on. But
no.
Luke, come on, just give in to the dark
to my
side.
ears.
You're going to HE double hockey sticks. Okay. Thanks, everyone. Maximize
All right.
well-being for yourself and those around you. Love you all.
Bye.